Are you shy? Hmm. No. I'll go live when I want to. Yeah? You want to know what I'm actually doing? I was, updating my Atrocity UI. Getting ready for, whatever classes I'm playing. I'm looking forward to it. You know? Which does mean I've kind of picked what guys I'm going to play a little bit. Speaking of that, Monk primary bar, I forget I like increase the size of these things because I'm old. Yeah? Just actually fucking straight old. I actually don't remember how to do this. Oh, we're good. I figured it out. I think, did I do 48 on these? Yeah, I did. Boys, we have some fucking content today. Let me tell you what. It's gonna be great. Make your screen big now? No. I'm not ready, man. Do you want me to really do that before I'm ready? Think about it. It doesn't even make sense. You wouldn't even be getting good content. You'd just be mad. Building suspense? Yeah. Oh no, what could possibly happen on the stream today? So suspenseful, actually. Are we redoing the list because of certain sandbaggers? Yeah, so basically what I'm going to do is I think there was at least some, I guess, like accusations of some people sandbagging. And if that's true, I mean, regardless of whether they're sandbagging or just wrong or whatever, I'm gonna release the YouTube video like as it is, and then at the end I'm gonna be like, all right, so here's what all the class people picked, but I'm gonna bring on a pool of analysts, a pool of geniuses, of experts, and we're going to give them some options to call some things out and maybe move some things around. Let's call it an audit. How many subs did you get from people desperate to know the tier list? Oh, I don't know. But like when I kept my Twitch, like my Twitch chat open, I just have it popped out. It was just subs as far as the eye could see, which is so interesting because it's complete. There's going to be a YouTube video of it. It's completely free on YouTube. But you have to pay, you have to sub to get my Twitch VOD specifically instead of going to YouTube, in which they are free. But yeah, just 1 million people sub because they just can't wait, bro. They're like, I need this shit right now. It's already out? Oh, shit. I didn't even know that. I'm going to actually get a Rhett and Farrell on today, and then we'll audit. Where's the little max cam? You know, man. So Dratnos isn't home until 5 or 6. That's in a few hours. I was going to maybe get Drat, Dorky, maybe Pete. Although I know Pete's been mopping it up, but he's always good content. Maybe Tettles. I guess just everyone that's currently doing a WoW podcast. But I could do it before that point. Okay, I think I have everything updated. The only thing I need updated is, does anyone know if Jundi has a Plater update for season 3? I used his last season a little bit, and I thought it was like really fucking good, so I got kind of used to it. But I don't like follow where to find that. He will update. Oh, it's not done yet. He just updated it like an hour ago. Oh, fuck yeah. All right, well, someone link me that shit. Max is gonna get AMZ nerfed again. I'm calling it. I mean, wouldn't it be crazy if history repeated itself, though? Like, basically, old version of AMZ existed for exactly 1 tier, and then you brought 4 DKs. Definitely partly because of AMZ, but mostly because they were just crazy damage doers. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen this season, but let's just, I mean, DK's a rework class, right? So, like, once all the tuning shakes out, the chances of them being stacked are, like, historically pretty high. So, let's say you end up playing, like, 2, 3, 4 DKs again, and then current AMZ lasts again just 1 patch, and then changed. Do you think there's more tuning? Yeah, definitely. There's always more tuning. Like, it makes sense why you ask, though, because, like, if you were to ask yourself the question, is Blizzard going to have any more information about the state of classes from now until the race starts? And the answer is no. They will have zero more idea. Be exactly what they know right now. So you'd wonder, like, are they going to do any more tuning? The answer is yeah. More and more sims come out, which isn't the best resource, but that, and then, like, they just do some final, you know, like, going into the raid, they're just like, all right, let's, like, triple check we got this right. And there's always changes the Friday before the raid comes out, like the end of the week before. So I guess next Friday there will be, like, a ton of tuning. Usually the Monday before that, and potentially the Monday before this patch. So, like, potentially tomorrow, definitely next Friday, and then potentially the next Monday as well. And then they usually don't do anything until the race is over, unless something is, like, game-breakingly bugged. The only time I can remember them making a change after the races started recently was, like, sometimes they'll buff, like, underperforming classes, but as far as, like, nerfing things that are OP, the only thing I can think of is they nerfed hunters a few tiers ago. And do you guys remember when, like, BM randomly was, like, their pets were just doing, like 30% more damage or something? Like, hunters were actually doing, like, infinitely more single targets than everyone in the game, and it was because of some weird-ass fucking bug. And they did fix that after, like, the Mythic came out. But that's, like, pretty... That was so egregious that we didn't even start gearing hunters. We were like... We didn't even blink. We weren't like, oh my god, we need 1 million hunters. We were like, this is clearly so wrong that they will fix this. And then they did. Oh yeah, last year they hotfixed on all fours. Mid-race after sticks. If my class gets nerfed because we're going to have crazy strength from aura nerfs, I might go hunting bloodlines down. Yeah, get owned, buddy. Oh, tier buffs for aura nerfs or whatever. How many characters does a world first raider prepare on average? 12 to 15. I think all fours is the funniest bit that has ever come out of the race world first. I think you're right. I think you're right, and it's because after the tier was over, I watched that, like, probably 10-minute segment on Scott. Oh, let me get rid of these text things. On, like, my stream. Because it's not even just, like, you can't get it all in a 1-minute clip, bro. You can't get it all in a 1-minute clip. You gotta watch, like, the full all fours thing play out. It was, like, probably, like, 10 minutes of watching a Twitch VOD. It was so good. Scott was feeling it. Do you know when the jerseys will be for sale this race? Has our apparel been announced yet? I don't know if I'm, like, supposed to leak that to you guys or not. Like, has it been announced but just not it looks fucking sick, by the way. If it hasn't been. You did a soft announce and then said, lol, never mind. No, that's something else. So we have two things this tier. We have, like, another Warcraft. Like, we're working with literally World of Warcraft to do some, like, WoW themed apparel, but that's not necessarily the race apparel. Those two things are separate, but, like, released at a similar time. I think you're talking about the Warcraft one. Let me actually ask them. You guys want me to leak apparel at any point if it hasn't been announced? Why so dark? I just haven't turned the lights on in here yet. I don't know. You guys ever just chill in the darkness? You know what I mean? Not even on some, like, super villain shit. Just like regular style. Max, any nicknames in mind for Dimensius? No. I think it's gonna be hard to do that. I guess you could just call him Blob or some shit like that, but, like, actually making a play on his name. No, nothing. We're gonna get nothing like Donnie Two Dicks. That was the fucking best boss name ever. Nah, all of these sound bad. Dr. Demento? Oh, that's not bad. Just call him Doctor for short. Denny? Yeah, Dimensius is annoying to repeat. For sure. No lights today? Bro, I don't know. I'll turn them on whenever. Dude, someone earlier mentioned the Gingy EMP, and somehow I had completely ejected from my memory that we, like, lost power last race. Like, I completely forgot until, like, right now. That's actually crazy we still won. Not even just, like, the time loss from it, which is obviously unfortunate, but, like, the potential mental boom of, like, not killing a boss before the reset that another guild was able to. That is something you just never want to have happen, regardless of if it actually matters or not. But, like, that is such a... Like, that was such a confidence booster for Echo, and you never want to give them that. And it was just, you're just sitting there and couldn't do anything. Just fucking sitting around in a facility without power. Look up scheduled power outages before the race. It wasn't a scheduled power outage. That was made up. Someone just actually made that up and just caught on. Max, can you please rant about Heroic Week for a bit? No, I'm going to leave off my Heroic Week rants because I feel like at least this patch they're doing it a little bit better. Like, starting on Tuesday, you can do, like, Mythic Zeros, which are going to drop, like, new upgrade path stuff. And you're going to be able to do delves and get, like, new season gear. Which we'll talk about how that interacts Race to World Last and Cutting Edge, because I still actually haven't seen any concrete information on when Cutting Edge actually ends, but it seems like it's tomorrow, which would be different than everything. We'll get into that in a second, but that I think is going to feel really good, because last season, the very, very first one tomorrow, not tomorrow, sorry. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, like the very first week of Season 2 was so boring. It was like you did like a quest line on day 1 and you just couldn't do anything. I honestly think the first week is going to feel so much better this time. That doesn't exactly impact why Heroic Week is good or bad. It's separate, but I do think it's like a great change. At least I'm foreseeing that people will really enjoy playing the game in the first week. There will definitely be a lot more to do, especially if you have alts, than like the previous first week, which is nice. But yeah, I mean, I don't understand. Like here's basically what I want. When people say you want a Heroic Week, what they think is how it used to be, which is like Mythic Plus is either delayed or is like capped at some level for some reason, but I see no reason why that would have to happen. Basically, the thing that I'm advocating for, and I have not heard a good argument as to why this would be bad, is just do everything you're doing now. Change nothing. Just delay Mythic Raid specifically by 1 week. Don't delay Mythic Plus. Why not? Don't delay Heroic. You're already spending a decent amount of the first week doing splits at the high level anyway. But the reason why I say that is I think everyone who actually even goes into Mythic in week 1, anyone who like goes in with their guild into Mythic on week 1, which by the way is not a lot of guilds. It's like a very small amount of guilds relatively. I think all of those guilds' lives would be easier if it was delayed by a week. I would believe the majority. And then for everyone else, I think it has massive benefits. So one issue they have right now is they released the game, right? And they don't have any information of heroic splits. So bosses are often overtuned, undertuned. That's not mythic bosses are. That's not really an issue a lot of people get to. Like even as overtuned as Styx was, it was just fixed before almost anyone got there, or killed it. But I'm talking like class balance. Like I think class balance is really what, like, it's just so important in this game. I think they actually did a really good job of it last season, by the way. But there's just always like a class that's a little too good or a little too bad once the raid comes out. And I just find it hard to believe that with an entire week of heroic data and Mythic Plus data that they wouldn't be able to do that better before the race starts. Because once the race starts, they're kind of locked in. They can't really make any changes until it's over. So everyone else in the game that isn't a part of this, which is like everyone, has to wait for 2 weeks until the game to be better balanced or properly balanced. So I just feel like that is a negative that almost anyone would benefit from. But yeah, I haven't heard really a good argument from them or really anyone else as to why that would be bad. But yeah, they just keep sending it. Also, like, selfishly on my side, it would also be just incredibly good for race viewership. Like, as much as some of the more veteran race watchers have paid attention, you guys kind of know like how many days splits takes now. You're used to these simultaneous releases. You kind of know that you used to be able to be like, all right, Tuesday's here, Mythic's coming out, we're rating Mythic today. And then you that kind of got pulled, that rug got pulled out from you. And then now you know it's like usually Thursday or Friday, but it's not, you're not really sure, so it's a little annoying, and that definitely turbo like tanks viewership just in general. Whereas when it's like, you know, everyone's like, this Tuesday reset happens, like we're waking up and like Liquid's going into Mythic. That is just, I mean, we see numbers for it. That just like cranks viewership, which helps everyone around me keep their job, and is just a more hype event in general. So, I mean, selfishly, that is why I am a big fan of it. It also, I just, in general, it's just really anxiety inducing to just be doing boring ass heroic splits when Mythic is out. It's just, it's like you're doing monotonous, easy, repetitive content, but not easy enough where you can go on autopilot. So you just like, you're just fry your brain for like 3 days before you actually start. Someone in chat said, I don't care, I just want Mythic Plus ASAP. Yeah, no one's arguing that Mythic Plus should be affected by this at all, nor would it be. I don't see any reason why it would be, right? Max, would you prefer if they released Mythic and then release Heroic and Mythic Plus 2 weeks later? Well, certainly not. I don't even know why I read that. Max, is there anything to do first week pre-Mythic Plus? Yeah, you do Mythic Zeros and Delves. They want the race world first and the patch to be as close together as they can. Okay, so you're arguing for like a race to world first viewership thing. Like they want this event to be as big as possible to market their game and get more people to resub, whatever. I actually push back on that because when you're pushing back Mythic by 1 week, you're not actually delaying the race by 1 week. You're delaying it by like 3 days because we don't even start the race till Friday anyway. And people don't even know when to tune in, which affects it massively. Viewership is infinitely higher if Mythic is delayed by 1 week, even if the patch is slightly after that. I don't agree with that. I think if Blizzard, I think the argument you were trying to make is they're trying to make the race like the biggest marketing thing possible. I actually think they are turbo-inting that by not having a Mythic delayed. Dark Mysterious Max today, I see. Yes. Max, from what you see on PTR, do you think the race will be done week 1? I mean, the only time ever in a simultaneous release that the raid has been cleared in 1 week was Aberrus. It's only happened once. Like, some of you guys will be like, Sylvanas and some other raids, but like the 1 week clears before that, you had a heroic week beforehand, so you had an entire week to gear and you just went into Mythic on Tuesday. We lose 2 to 3 days bare minimum, almost 4 days in the first week to splits. So the idea that you can actually clear the entire raid in 3 days is basically not possible. The only reason it happened in Aberrus was because it was the first time the upgrade system came out and it was just absurdly overpowered. Just to give you a rough number, in the first week of the race, we were on average about 6 eye levels higher than we were in other week 1s of other races relative to like the gear that each patch dropped. That's never going to happen again, right? That was just like they just fucked up. It was just too OP. We were able to optimize it too much. And it's since come down significantly since then. So I'm going to say this, and I could be wrong, and this doesn't really affect the way that we prepare, but I'd be willing to say that as long as simultaneous releases are happening, I would bet that it actually never happens again, that a raid is 1 week cleared. I don't think, unless there's like another weird phenomenon in the game where they introduce a upgrade, they completely change gearing for the first time ever, which they're unlikely to do again, or at least soon. And then it happens to also boost your power in that first week by as much as it did. I don't think it can happen. So how long is the race going to take? I mean, the last couple have taken about It's like 9 to 12 days, depending. 12 on the harder side, like the Anserex of the world. But even then, like, as long as we're having 8 boss raids, like, how likely do you think it is that any raid is going to have like 4 bosses in a row that are like 150 plus pulls? That has never happened before, by the way. So like Brood Twister, Nexus Princess, Silken Court, and then Anserek, obviously, like probably the hardest boss of all time. That the likelihood that happens again is just really low. It's only the amount of pulls on 4 straight bosses that's only ever happened once in that raid. It's never happened before. And that took 12 days. So I would probably guess 10 or 11, just knowing that, like, statistically the likelihood that they make a raid as hard as that is pretty low. That'll be 3 week like Sepulcher. See, that's another thing I also don't think will ever happen again. Sepulcher had, I think, 50% more bosses than were in this raid. There's some conspiracy as to whether it was 2 raids put into 1. I don't know if I necessarily buy that. But it had another very important thing, which was they were releasing second legendaries 2 weeks after the season started, and they tuned the later bosses to have 2 legendaries, which, like, artificially increased the amount of time you spent in the race in a way. And that's just not really how they make the game now. Max, so far, what's been your favorite and most hated boss so far this expansion? Purely my opinion, not like speaking for the community or whatever. Let me tell you. Favorite boss this expansion? Probably Queen Anserek. I will say, purely this is me. This is not me speaking for my guild. Also, Gallywix is way up there. Purely because it wasn't a long period of time we spent on the boss, but just being the first guild there, and it being the first boss ever without a dungeon journal, and my boss and my job being figuring out raid fights, I just don't know how many times I've ever had more fun than, like, having a pull and having something brand new happen that is not in the dungeon journal. You had no idea how it's going to work, and then you figure that out, and then you apply a strat to it. It was basically just like, I just felt locked the fuck in this whole boss because it was just so stimulating to constantly have everything be new. The only thing that makes me not say that is just that once you did figure it out, the execution of it just wasn't hard enough to actually really, like, dive deep and optimize from my end. So yeah, probably it's probably Anserek. Least favorite boss. So first one that comes to my head without question is Nexus Princess Kaiveza, which may surprise some of you because this is a very, very well-liked boss, deservedly. But in the Race World First, unfortunately, they just tuned it to have way too much HP to be done in a reasonable fashion. And it forced you to one tank, but not in the way that, like, one tanking was, like, should have been possible. Like, in the way that the only way one tanking was possible was to use every single battle res and an Ankh totem on your tank to make it possible, which would have made, by the way, there's a significant amount of bosses in WoW's history that could have been one tankable if you said this: we'll just use every single battle res and Ankh totem on a tank. You want to know why you didn't do that? Because it fucking sucks. Like, it's the most unfun dog shit ever. It actually turns out battle reses are great in this game. You want to know why? Because when something very minor goes wrong, you can just keep going. But the reality is, whenever you don't have any battle reses available because you have to use them on something, and the fight is hard enough, it's just like reset boss simulator for hours. And honestly, that specific scenario turned Nexus Princess for me into one of the best bosses they've ever made into absolute dog shit. I hated that boss. Someone in chat said, I still don't understand why exactly it was one tanked. That's pretty simple. The boss was impossible / at least it would have taken another day of attempts optimizing with the extra tank in the raid. So you had to gain a DPS somehow. In our opinion, it was probably not possible to drop a healer, although anything's technically possible. It's just like, would it have taken more time than it did? Yes. So the only thing was to drop a tank, and you have to ask yourself, like, how can we drop a tank? Oh, well, we just have to sack them at this time and make it work. And it did. It just took a little too long, and the long part wasn't the issue. It was just how mind-numbingly annoying it was to just reset the boss over and over. Oh my god. It's like scratching nails on a chalkboard. Max, was Brew the only tank that would have worked? Well, we used Guardian, so no. Max, what raid in the last 5 years do you guys think you outclassed every other guild in the race by a wide margin? Probably just Nyalotha and Ansarek. We definitely had some... Like, I think last year we maybe could have, but, like, we had a lot of shit not go our way. We had some that was out of our control, like the power outage stuff, and just every single day we were, like, lagging and stuff, and we had to, like, take time off raid. Just constant issues last raid. But then there was some stuff in our control. Like, we didn't like quite lock in right when we should have. We should, in my opinion, we should have killed Muggsy and One Armed Bandit, I think, a little faster. And we just kind of weren't playing at our best, which can happen for a bunch of different reasons. But probably just those two. Max, when are you going to start the tier list revising? Right now I'm kind of vibing. I might even eat first. And then we'll start it. We have a bunch of stuff to do today, honestly. Not rushing. Max, what boss in the race made you nervous with Echo in mind? Like last race, there wasn't really any, but or in the previous raid. I would say the only time like Echo makes me nervous is when you are, or any guild, I guess, but it's usually Echo, is when you are like have a day of progression, you think you played well, and then you wake up, they got farther than you thought they would. Because you always expect them to get a little farther because they have all of your info. They're waking up fresh and just ready to go. Happens all the time in the race. But like when they go farther than you think, and then you start playing, and then they're outpacing you while you're playing on like a fresh day. That doesn't happen a lot in the race, and it, honestly, that hasn't happened in years. But that feeling is always like, you know, not awesome. Never want to feel like that. Max, how unbelievably bad would a class have to be to not bring their raid buff? It just depends on the raid buff, you know? People often do both. They like overrate certain raid buffs and they underrate others too. Like I know Hunter is one that everyone's always trying to sit. They're like, bro, that shit stinks. Like, dude, go into logs real quick and add up 1% of the raid's total DPS and put it on top of Hunter's bar on Warcraft logs, and you'll realize how, like, unbelievably bad they would have to be to not bring them. Like, that is so much damage. Max, I think you guys get world first before Echo kills the 7th boss. Ooh, I don't know about that. That kind of a gap is... like unheard of, honestly. Like Echo's way too good to ever have that happen. Honestly, this is gonna sound stupid, and I don't blame you if you don't believe me, but I actually don't want that to happen. Like I feel like that if that were to happen to any guild, if any guild in the race is like winning races before other guilds are even on the last boss, that is too, it's that would probably kill the race. Like, why would people care? If it's that much of a gap, why would people care to watch, you know? All right, I'm back. I got some wings. We got Wingstop. Don't know why. Just random Wingstop proc. And I got 3 wings, like 3 different kinds of wings. And one of them is crazy hot, but they all look exactly the same. You know what I mean? Like, all the glazes are like a similar color, but one of them is like crazy fucking hot. And I don't know which one it is. So I guess I'm just gonna fucking blow up randomly when eating one of these. Max, don't read chat. Someone asked the forbidden question about method. Which one? Like do you think method is going to play the age-old question of, do you think this other guild you're not in is going to play good this tier? In which I'm just left here being like, how do you want me to answer that question? Like, I just don't know, man. Max, looking forward to next race. How many hours of progression and trying did you guys already do on PTR? So it's the same as every raid. You have 1 hour on Heroic and 1 hour on Mythic of every single raid, and there's 1 weekend of normal where you can kind of just go in there and fuck around and try stuff and make sure your weak cores work and shit like that. Same as always. But the bosses usually change a lot. I would say PTR testing is something that is generally very overrated as, like, impact on the race. Like, I think if you didn't PTR test at all, it would reduce the amount. I mean, the only thing you could really argue with the 7 hours you spend in Mythic is that it would take Mythic like 7 less hours, although you can get some information on that and plan because of the information, but I don't know. You find ways to be efficient. If you need some time to think about stuff, Mythic Plus needs to be done. You can have them go do Mythic Plus for a few hours and have that time to think about stuff in the race with everyone there, you know. It would probably, no PTR testing probably reduces the time it takes to do these raids by certainly less than a day. Probably even less than that. Max, don't you feel like if you win 2 to 3 races in a row, Echo will just break and collapse? I don't know. We've lost 3 races in a row and we didn't collapse, so probably not. Why revise the tier list you made? Well, I didn't make anything. Number 1, free content. Number 2, for the first time of doing this, I've gotten a lot of feedback from people that they feel like it's kind of like just completely, there's just a lot of stuff not where it should be. Not really sure why that is. I think a lot of people accuse sandbagging, but I think it's more likely. Now, do I think some sandbagging occurred? Maybe. But I think the reality is you're not having one person make a tier list. You're having like 30 plus people make a tier list, and they're only allowed to rank their thing. And naturally, you're going to have people be a little bit more optimistic. You can even hear it in their voices. Naturally, you're going to have people that are like a little more reserved, like don't want to put it up there. You have people that are like yelling in their ears, like, don't put our thing too high, you're going to get it nerfed. But also you have people that are like, don't put it too low or people aren't going to invite us. It's like you don't know how they're going to react to that information. And more than anything, I think the reason it ends up looking sometimes a little wonky is you just because of that. You have a bunch of people trying to rank the same thing and they don't have the same mindset. So because of that, I'm going to have some fun people come on and critique it and make some changes that they see make sense if anything stands out. Now, 1 second. The TV's very loud. I have to go figure that out. Max, Azertharian did a video with Banchers explaining why they placed it where it was, and a lot of people did get that Dobby was just C tier. Didn't get that Dobby was just C tier. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe I kind of fucked up with the naming convention or something. Either way. Yeah. I will say one thing, though. For as many people that get on these people for... As many chatters that get on these people for, like, ranking it... Like, accusing them of sandbagging or putting it too high. I will say there's a fair amount of times that those people have been right. And everyone in chat is like, this person is fucking full of shit. And then the tier comes out and they are way more right than chat was. Usually because chat just goes off of a few things mainly. One is like 5-minute single target sims, which are just, you know, just a meme. At least for rating, it's a meme. And then like Mythic Plus, you kind of just, you're basically, I'm assuming most people get their information by watching people do Mythic Plus. You know? But like watching PTR Mythic Plus. But like one thing happened with Hunters specifically. Hunters were owning PTR dungeons. And then their AoE got absolutely nuked. And that wasn't inputted into PTR before I did that tier list. According to Hunters, at least. And so people are just purely like, you're wrong to the person. And they're in their head, they're like, I've seen all these damage meters. And they saw that they got nerfed. And they just don't know that they haven't seen it after it got nerfed. You know what I mean? But what can also still happen is people who come on here and say that stuff are wrong. But if I were to like make up who's more right, the person, these people ranking things, or chat's general sentiment towards it, it's probably it's a lot closer than you'd think. I know chat. The thing is chat never gets the other way around. Like if hey Reptar, we're not doing that. If the guide writer, like the analyst person, whatever, gets it wrong, everyone's like, fuck you. But like if they're right and chat gets it wrong, no one is just like, hey, we were wrong there. Chat's just always right. Max, when are you guys leaving for the race? Well, I just leave like 10 minutes from here. But our players, usually they get there at like Friday, Saturday or something. Okay. I have to eat my food. And, oh, we're barking. I have to eat my food. And while we do that, I wonder if there's a, WoW YouTube video we could watch, maybe. I'm so cold right now. I need to turn my fan off. Top 10 most hated raid bosses, so we can rate it how bad it is. Haven't? Is there a news of something like that? What do we got here? Oh, the only thing I see as far as like a top 10 video is like there's a Haruma Red top 10 raid bosses that were the first of their kind. That's... I don't even know how you would... I feel like that's just so subjective. Because really, like, you can probably look at like almost 2 bosses in every raid and say they were the first of their kind. Actually, is that true? Liberation of Undermine. There is a Wily top 10 hardest raid mechanics. Yeah, we already reacted to that. That was some Mickey Mouse shit. Sticks. I mean, Sticks is basically you're doing a boss, and then there's this like little construct you get in rotating to do it. I feel like Amber Shaper was Sticks. There's been some Styxes before. Styx is unique-ish. It's on the unique side. I mean, there's one in this upcoming raid. There's never been a WoW boss like Fractalus, or even close. Like completely unique. I guess you could say Tindril too, just the first boss to have dragon riding on it, or mounting. You're arguing against your point. Maybe watch the video. Well, we might watch the video. I'm just basically decide. What we do when we watch these videos is we kind of like try to make our own top 10 and see how it lines up. You guys want to do it? I'm kind of down. It would give me an opportunity to eat. All right, so let's not go back into the Stone Ages. Let's go back just to mop. Only to mop for bosses that were first of their kind. So some of the ones on his list will be from before that. But we're going to try to not do that. Just takes too long. Also, just old as fuck. Speaking of that, so... Oh, okay. 1 second. He loves this fucking dino. It's a dino with like a little dolphin, little raft thing. But yeah, I won't be able to think. Nope. We'll get it later. You get it later. No, girl. No. No. Please. Please stop. Hi. You've been playing with that thing all day. Okay. Mogashan Vaults. First of its kind. Spirit King's just like a council boss. Elegon had some unique elements. Honestly, Elegon is probably pretty close. What about Will the Emperor? Will the Emperor was like an ad CC fight. And then... Okay, I feel like Will the Emperor is actually a good choice because the whole like CCing ads thing is not super common at this point in World of Warcraft. It was really early and then like it wasn't a thing. And I feel like the dance mechanic alone from just the 2 guys, plus it's like a 2-target cleave split damage end boss. Like basically, I don't know if Will the Emperor would be on this list if it wasn't for the fact that it was an end boss. Like this is, if you've done a lot of WoW end bosses, Will the Emperor sticks out as just being a very weird end boss. I think the dance mechanic kind of makes it new. Like, has there been dances in the game? Yeah, but not this fast or punishing up until this point. Been some since. Honestly, I think I might put old Willy on there. Will of the Emperor. That's not how you spell that. I'm not changing it. Is that how you spell that? No, Emperor, not Orur, right? Emperor? Oh, and O at the end. Oh, yeah. Okay, I did change it. Fuck it. Elegon, I think, is close. Okay, so Heart of Fear? Bro, I feel like Heart of Fear might have, like, 3 bosses that were, like, their own thing. So, Amber Shaper... Okay, is Amber Shaper just Professor Putricide? Wait, is Professor Putricide just an answer here? Because, like, all of the ones after it are kind of just Professor Putricide. Okay, but like, look at... Dude, I feel like Blade Lord... Imperial Vizier also? Very unique. Garrulon is... Dude, Garrulon might be the singular most... Grand Empress is, like, pretty basic. I'm going to go... Honestly, I'm going to go Garrulon. I'm going to throw Garrulon in here. I don't think there's been a Garrulon before or after Garrulon. I think Vizier maybe isn't quite there. Blade Lord is close, though. Just running across the room and stuff like that. Maybe it's not significant enough, but... Okay, Terrace of Endless Spring. Shaw of Fear was the first and last 20-minute end boss. That kind of counts? I think? I mean... I feel like that kind of counts. I'm going to put Shaw of Fear down. Okay. Lei Shi, kind of like an ad boss. Wait, no, I was going to say first of their kind, Sulong, but I'm thinking healer bosses. Guys, what was the first healer boss? Like, the Sun King Salvations, the Sulongs of the world. Is it actually the green ICC dragon? Whatever that one's called, Velithria? I think Velithria. Yeah, okay, that's a good one. That's like the bit of WoW fights. It's like we're getting through some bits here. Okay, Throne of Thunder. We're just getting a lot of ones early. But I guess that makes sense. Like, the earlier you go in WoW, the more likely you are to pick something that was the first of its kind. Jinrock, no. Hordon. Hordon was kind of... Honestly, this is making me realize that, like, there are a ton of, like, very unique WoW fights. I feel like Tordos is also super unique. Council, not at all. Like, Council is... This might be... Council of Elders should be mentioned because it's kind of the construct for the modern Council fight. Like, there were good Council fights before Council of Elders, but Council of Elders was definitely, first of all, really good. And it just kind of, like, every Council fight after this was kind of just, they were just trying to do this. I think that's, honestly, maybe a good choice. Ji-Kun? I feel like Ji-Kun, totally unique. Duramu? Wait, Duramu is one. I believe Duramu is one. Because Duramu had, like, the whole... First, it had the maze. I don't think there was ever, like, an actual maze on a fight before, but the whole, like, there are invisible ads mechanic. I'm pretty sure Duramu and Dark Animus. Duramu and Dark Animus, totally unique. Okay, I'm realizing now we're going to get way more than 10 of these because there are just a shitload of unique WoW fights. Bro, the entire list just can't be MoP. I mean, we just started in MoP. We're going to keep going. I don't know. I don't think the answers that I'm putting down are wrong. Ironclad, definitely not. Twin Amps, definitely not. Lei Shen? Was Lei Shen the first build-a-boss? Was Lei Shen the first boss where, depending on the choices you made, you amplified certain mechanics, and you could do the fight at potentially, like, a large amount of ways? I think it might have been. At least to that extent. It's certainly the first end boss. I just, Oh, no, It's close. I don't know. I'm going to leave Lei Shen off just because we have too many MoP things right now. All right, Siege of Orgrimmar. Nourishin? Maybe? This is the one where you, like, went down and, like, cleansed your bad chi or whatever the fuck. Nah, not close enough. Galacrass, ad fight. Iron Jug, single target boss. Dark Shaman's unique in that I think it was, like, one of the largest boss arenas where you could actually move the bosses and not reset them. Nazgrim? Was Nazgrim the first WoW boss that had, on the very first pull, a bunch of ads you could AoE, and they were just gone on the second pull? Malkorok. Spoils of Pandaria? There's been a few fights like Spoils since then. But I don't know if it was the first one or not. Great fight. Spoils a banger fight. In progression. I'm going to put Spoils down. I think that's fair beans. Honestly, Thok is also like super unique. Siegecrafter is kind of like Lei Shen, if you think about it. So I feel like if Lei Shen isn't on there, Siegecrafter can't. Siegecrafter's whole bit was like you can go on the belt and choose the mechanics you want. That's like a roundabout way of what you were doing on Lei Shen, so I feel like not unique really. Paragon's the Claxy, a boss that has a council boss with 9 bosses that... Am I correct in that every week, at least initially, they were a different order? Like if you got to it on week 2, you still had to kill all 9 bosses, but the order they came out in was different? I believe that's true. And if that's true, I don't think any other boss has done that, right? I think that's like for sure belongs on the list. Paragons. I'll just type Claxy. That happened before with Omnitron Council. Ooh, is that true? I actually didn't do that raid, so I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe that doesn't count. Max, Mogushan Vaults had a 2 different week rotation. Okay, you're right. Okay, never mind. Never mind. You guys are right. Old one did it first. Omnitron did it before all of them. All right, we're going to put down a lot more than 10 here because it's just impossible to narrow this down to 10. It's purely subjective at that point. Garage was... no. Okay, we're going to have to speed through this, by the way. We should probably be a little bit more selective. Heimal. Tectis. Tectis was definitely a unique fight. You start out with, like, a big guy, and then you just become smaller and smaller as the pull goes on, and you just kill the smaller versions of him. I don't think that's ever happened before. Where it's all one boss, but you just be splitting into smaller rocks and shit. Yeah, I would put that there. Tectis, Giga Unique. Man, there's so many. This is a stupid... Honestly, we should probably just... Is it fun to at least go back and talk about how unique some WoW bosses are? Because I'm just realizing at this point we're going to have like fucking 40 bosses on here. And their list having 10 is just going to be like... Maybe you can point out if some of them are cool. I don't know. There's so many. Bracken Spore's unique as fuck. Who was the first bridge fight? Like Croesus, but earlier? Wasn't there one in Ulduar? He was the other guy with big arms. Okay, I'm just gonna... Blackrock Foundry. I mean, two things. So, Blast Furnace for sure. Blast Furnace, nothing else like it. Operator Thogar. 100p. Never been anything like that. Actually, isn't Operator Thogar just like you're killing a main boss and then you have sets of ad spawn? But like it just looks really cool because there's a bunch of trains. Like that's not actually a super unique fight. It's just like really well made. Hans and Franz kinda. Hans and Franz low key. Was Blackhand the first boss you fell through the floor on? Hellfire... Okay, Hellfire Citadel actually has so many. There are so many. So Shadowlord Iskar, the whole, like, secret, like, the Eye of the Beholder shit. Totally diffy. Gorfine was the first, like, lower down Soul Realm fight. Sakrathar, first fight to be solo killed by Dark Sim. Tyrant Velhari forced you to have 20% HP. It lowered your HP to 20%. I feel like that's kind of unique. Oh, you said TUGC? No, TUGC you fall through the floor before the last boss, but you don't fall through mid-combat. That doesn't count. Come on, come on. All right, this is going to take too fucking long. I think we just watch the video. It is fun. I think it's just actually... There are just like 3 to 4 almost completely unique WoW fights in like every raid, at least back then. If you looked now, like farther closer to now, you'd be getting way less unique fights just because the game's been out for a long time. Harder to keep doing that. Although there is one this tier. There is a completely, inarguably unique fight in this upcoming raid. Let's watch this shit. Let me mute my music, and I'm gonna eat my food.
Now have grown more complex with every expansion. But some bosses didn't just follow trends, they created them. And in this video, we're going to go over some raid bosses that were the first to introduce mechanics or design philosophies that changed how future encounters were built. And at number 10, we have Blackwater Behemoth, found in the Internal Palace raid from Battle for Azeroth, which was the third boss.
It's the first it's the only underwater boss. This is honestly, we didn't get to BFA, but this is kind of a slam dunk.
Wow. The raid itself was set in the drowned city of Nashatar.
It didn't really influence how future fights were designed, which is something else he said, but I mean, it's easy dub, right?
Dealt heavily with Naga and aquatic corruption themes. But Blackwater Behemoth took this aesthetic one step further. The fight was the first raid encounter to fully commit to an underwater environment, where players had to swim, manage 3D positioning, and deal with water-based hazards across multiple aquatic platforms. The boss itself remained mostly stationary, but the movement between platforms forced the raid to coordinate.
Bro, I hit the hot
swam
one.
Past electric jellyfish.
I literally one-shot the hot one.
In order to not
Very
get
first
eaten.
wing.
While underwater mechanics have been used in dungeons and world content before, raid fights had largely avoided them due to the historically clunky movement and targeting systems underwater. Blackwater Behemoth challenged this stigma by making swimming not just a theme, but a core mechanic. Although reception was mixed, and many players finding underwater physics difficult to manage, it paved the way for Blizzard to experiment further with terrain-specific mechanics, like moving through fog in Castle Nathria, or shifting elevation phases in
This is actually this is a really well-made video so far. I thought he was just going to hit the number 10 Blackwater Behemoth, and then he hits the... It was the first water fight and move on. But this actually did his research, showed some other fights that he believed had influence on. That's actually like a really interesting video.
Blackwater Behemoth may not have started a trend, but it broke a long-standing design taboo, proving that most avoided mechanics could be viable in a raid setting with proper structure, and of course attaching them to an easy boss that's not that hard. And at number 9, we have Kael'thas Sunstrider, the final boss of Tempest Keep in the Burning Crusade. Kael'thas wasn't just a charismatic lore character.
We didn't go back that far.
He was a structural innovation in raid design. The fight against Kael'thas was one of the first raid encounters to feel like a multi-act narrative experience, divided into 3 distinct phases that challenged every aspect of a raid's group's capabilities. The encounter begins with players fighting 4 of Kael'thas' advisors, each one with their own dangerous mechanics. Then comes a phase where legendary weapons drop, which players must equip and use for the remainder of the fight. The subsequent stages include simultaneous ad reactivations, flying phases, and Kael'thas himself warping reality with a gravity lapse. This was the first time a raid boss featured an encounter
honestly,
that felt like
I've
a
only
mini
killed this
dungeon
boss
in
to
of
farm
itself.
mounts.
A sequence of escalating challenges rather than a single cohesive rotation.
Was this the first?
It was
this the first council boss in the game?
Also the first to give players new tools, the legendary weapons, mid-fight, and require that they adapt to new mechanics using unfamiliar resources. Later bosses would borrow heavily from Kael'thas' format.
What do you mean no lull, bro? I'm young. I wasn't around back then.
And unique ad sequences.
I don't know.
Lei Shen and Throne of Thunder offered power distribution decisions across several stages. Even more recently, bosses like Anduin Wrynn and Sepulchre of the first ones incorporated story phases and toolkits that temporarily changed gameplay. Kael'thas' fight structure was revolutionary for its time. For better or for worse, it introduced a model of raid design where a boss encounter could become an entire experience rather than just a singular event. And at number 8, we have Archimonde, the final boss of the Battle for Mount
old
raid in
Archimonde.
the Burning Crusade. And while the raid itself was built around wave-based trash gauntlets, Archimonde stood out for introducing a groundbreaking concept: forced player agency through personal responsibility mechanics. At the time, most raid mechanics were binary. You either succeeded as a group or failed as a group. Archimonde disrupted the model with a single spell, Airburst. This ability launched individual players into the air, and they were required to use a unique item, the Tears of the Goddess, to slow fall before hitting the ground. Forgetting or mistiming this action resulted in instant death.
Well, isn't that
with
binary
no
though?
possibility of rescue by others. This
How is this
design
the
was
first
among
one
the
that
first
isn't
to place
binary?
the burden of survival entirely on the individual, making each player accountable for the reaction time
I see.
and
Binary like raid wipes.
awareness.
I see.
It also encouraged strategic item management in a way that hadn't seen before.
This is
The legacy
honestly
of this
really
approach
cool.
can be seen
This is a
in
really
numerous
fucking good
later
video.
fights.
Honestly, I'm gonna learn some
Mythic
shit.
Kill Jade and Soak assignments, and even the Jailer's Ball mechanics all force
Gosh, it's
individual
hot.
players to act correctly, or else wipe the entire raid. By making every raider personally accountable, he pushed encounters away from passive execution and towards skill-based interaction.
All right, chat's saying Baron Geddon. Safety Dance was before this. Yeah, I guess.
Here
you
and
don't miss.
7,
Sometimes
we have
he does.
Anuba Rak, the final boss of Trial of Crusader.
Bro, this
and
shit's
Wrath of
all
the
old
Lich
as
King.
fuck.
And while
God
the
damn
raid
it.
is often criticized for its lack of visual diversity, Anuba Rak introduced one of the most influential tanky mechanics of its time, the concept of active healing absorption as a damage enrage. The fight included a unique twist on the healing metagame. Instead of the boss becoming stronger over time via traditional buffs or phases, Anubarak periodically applied a debuff to the raid that caused healing to become a liability. Specifically, his Leeching Swarm leached a percentage of your team's current health, meaning that overhealing or topping players off too aggressively would actively harm the group. This mechanic forced healers to completely rethink their normal strategies. Managing health thresholds, timing heals, and coordinating cooldowns became essential to not only survival, but preventing wipe conditions. For the first time,
this is the first
healing
boss
too
we need to
much
coordinate
was just
CDs?
as dangerous as healing
Probably
too
not, but
little.
when is the
This
first boss
design
you need to
had ripple effects.
coordinate
Fights
CDs?
like Chimeron and Blackwing Descent and Mythic Ursock and Emerald Nightmare played with similar health management principles. Later still, bosses like Mythic Sledgefish punished overhealing by tying boss power to player HP values. Anubarak took what was previously seen as a support role and made it central to encounter success. It wasn't just a DPS or tanking race, it was a healing puzzle where
Corehound and
the
MC?
normal instinct to save everyone could
I don't know.
backfire catastrophically.
Probably wasn't an MC.
And at number 6, we have the Spine of Deathwing, the penultimate encounter of the Dragon Soul Raiden Cataclysm, which presented players with a boss fight unlike anything that came before. The fight took place on Deathwing's back, as the raid attempted to rip the armor-plating shield off of his corrupted body. The core mechanic revolved around balancing damage, movement, and adds, while Deathwing barrel rolled through the air. Players had to anchor themselves
probably
during
a good
rolls
one.
by grouping together, or risk being flung into the maelstrom.
At a base level, it's just an ad fight and like a burn phase. That's happened in fights before this, but the kiting of the bloods. No, I mean, I don't know. Didn't you like kite shit in Classic? Was this the first time you kited a bunch of ads? You're on a fucking dragon. True. Probably first time, but that's like more aesthetic.
Below. Simultaneously, they had to manage multiple types of ads, including amalgamations that required precise explosion timing and corruption tentacles that punish slow reactions. Spine was the first fight to use the physical environment itself as a critical mechanic. The boss wasn't an enemy you stood in front of and damaged. It was a setting that responded to player movement and behavior. It introduced dynamic spatial instability as a primary threat. The model was later echoed in fights like Blackhand and Blackrock Foundry, who transitioned across multiple destructible levels. Even Halandrus and Sepulchre of the First Ones borrow the concept of multi-stage physical space traversal as a mechanic.
Dude, this is a good fucking video.
This
is honestly the hardest he's cooked in a while, and I was positive that this video is going to be terrible by reading the title.
Repetitive or dependent on class-specific burst damage, Spine of Deathwing marked the beginning of Blizzard treating bosses as environments and not just targets. It demonstrated that the very ground beneath a raid group could become both ally and adversary depending on how it was used.
Yep,
and at number 5, we have Ishkar the Unscarred, who was a mid-raid boss in Hellfire Citadel, the final raid of Warlords of Draenor.
Have they ever done this again?
Though not a final boss, Ishkar left a lasting impression due to one key mechanic that set it apart: targeted player interaction via external item control, specifically the Eye of Anzu. During the fight, the raid had to manage a unique debuff cleansing item that passed manually between players. Whoever held the Eye of Anzu could remove specific debuffs or interact with shadow-based mechanics.
I have done another boss like this, but I can't tell you about it. Maybe in a few years from now, someone will remember this, and I'll tell you why.
That would otherwise wipe the group. The catch? Only one person could hold it at a time, and it had to be thrown manually like a baton from player to player in real time. This was the first encounter where an item-based responsibility was deliberately rotated throughout the raid in a structured mechanic. Unlike other fights where individual roles were fixed, such as tanks or designated interrupt players, Ishkar required raid-wide awareness and trust, since any member might be next in the chain. Future fights would iterate on this idea. Star Augur and Nighthold had planetary orbs, debuff zones that had to be coordinated across roles. Mythic Jaina and Battle for Dazara lore used water orbs and fire stacks that required precise player communication to handle responsibility handoffs. Anduin Rin's fight reintroduced a structured item mechanic with hope buffs during the intermission phase. Ishkar pioneered the design of group mechanics where control and responsibility dynamically shifted across players.
Yeah?
raising both the ceiling for coordination and the floor for failure. It wasn't just about playing your role, it was about sharing control of it. And at number 4, we have the Reliquary of Souls, a mid-raid boss in Black Temple, which was one of the earliest attempts at dramatically altering core gameplay mechanics mid-encounter. The fight was split into 3 distinct phases, each tied to one of the boss's essences: suffering, desire, and anger, and each one fundamentally changed how players interact with their own class mechanics. Phase 1 made all forms of regeneration useless. No mana, no energy, no rage. Players had to rely solely on what they entered with. Phase 2 reversed the problem by creating a damage reflection effect, punishing players who did too much too quickly. Phase 3 amped up the raid-wide damage and forced movement and positioning.
What are going to be his references here? I don't think they've done anything like this before, right?
Directly interfered with player resource generation on a
I mean, there's been like
most
Reflex,
mechanics up to this point,
Spirit Kings, and Motion Vaults.
Interrupts or ad control. Reliquary introduced what would be described as environmental debuffs applied to the raid's entire functionality. Later fights would borrow heavily from this design philosophy. General Vezax and Ulduar would also suppress mana regeneration entirely. Mythic Zanesh and Ny'alotha played with similar themes of resource denial and personal burden. Even Shadowlord Ishkar's rotating Eye of Anzu was thematically a nod to unique phase toolkits. Reliquary of Souls broke the idea that raid encounters should be about perfecting a rotation. It asked, what if you had to abandon your usual toolkit entirely? It forced players to adapt not to the boss's damage, but to their own limits, a concept that would shape many of WoW's most difficult encounters. And at number 3, we have Darumu the Forgotten, who was encountered in the second half of Throne of Thunder, and is remembered most for one thing, the Maze phase. But it's what this phase represents in terms of encounter design that earns it a place so high on this list. Darumu was the first boss to use a real-time visual obstruction puzzle as a primary fight mechanic. In the Maze phase, the room filled with fog, and players had to position themselves precisely along narrow...
I also think it's the only time in the game they've had major fight enemies be completely invisible and untargetable, but still in the fight. You could kill them on accident. Old Demo Locks killed them on accident if you had too many of them.
Safe pass, revealed only by a thin beam of light emitted by the boss. Everyone else was blinded, and moving even slightly outside the correct line meant death. This wasn't just a dance mechanic, it was a vision test. No indicators on the ground, no voice alerts, just pure spatial awareness and tight coordination.
When was the last time you guys had an eye exam, by the way?
Of the fight. While the rest of the encounter was based on ad control and beam alignment, the Maze turned the boss arena into a deadly logic puzzle. Players had to learn not just where to move, but how to visually interpret minimal information. This mechanic became a blueprint for later fights involving visual deception. Mythic Kel'Thuzad's ice paths, and especially Mythic Calandris with its high-speed avoidance sequences, all owe something to Darumu's design. Though originally infamous for its unclear visuals and steep learning curve, Darumu's Maze was the first real attempt at using limited visibility as a mechanic, opening the door for Blizzard to embrace non-combat challenges inside combat encounters. And at number 2, we have the Lich King.
Wait.
The final boss of...
What about the Lich King is parts of the room going away? They hadn't done that before? Defile? I mean, that's just a mechanic. I don't think that really counts. Or maybe a mechanic that infinitely scales based on, like, the amount of people in it. But I mean, that's just like a mechanic. It's not the first mechanic that comes out and you don't want to stand in it. Oh, the first fight that kills you, but the fight isn't over? That's a good one, too.
Icecrown Citadel, which is among the most iconic encounters in WoW's history. But beyond the cinematic significance and narrative payoff, the fight introduced a mechanic that would define modern encounter design, the intermission phase as a narrative device. The encounter opens with
wait, what? Lich King's the first fight with an intermission? Oh, as a narrative device. I guess that is kind of how it works now. Like, you see an intermission, and it's like, the reason the boss is doing an intermission is for some part of the story of the fight. I can kind of see that.
Valkyries abducting players, Defiles punishing poor positioning, and Necrotic Plagues as a spreading disease. But halfway through, the fight pauses. Arthas kills the entire raid in a scripted sequence.
They get an intermission phase to talk shit. That's actually what they do.
The spirits inside Frostmourne. This was the first time an encounter used a full party wipe as a part of the encounter story.
Wait, didn't Kel'Thas do this?
Rather than simply dealing damage or creating an enrage timer, the boss delivered a moment of narrative finality, and reversed it with lore-based mechanics. Later raids borrowed from this heavily. Gul'dan used similar scripted defeat moments in Nighthold, Sylvanas' phase transitions in Sanctum of Domination also leaned into cinematic storytelling as a gameplay structure. And Argus from Legion
famously
even
great
just kind
phase,
of
for
copies
sure.
the whole raid wipe mechanic and iterates on it.
Oh, wait, you're right.
Mechanically speaking, Lich King also pioneered phase
Forgot about
design that
Argus.
altered terrain itself. The transition to the Frozen Throne's edge, the shattering floor, and the need for raid-wide repositioning all became staples of future high-end fights. The Lich King redefined what a raid boss could be. He was not just a gameplay challenge, but a set piece built to evoke a climax. It was the first time Blizzard fully integrated game mechanics, encounter phases, and narrative structure into a single cohesive experience. The Lich King is commonly mentioned in dev interviews as the inspiration for epic final fights going forward.
Dude, YouTube is so weird. Someone just rips, if you win the race to world first again, you should get a tattoo of Arthas riding a dolphin.
And
why?
at number 1, we
Literally,
have
why, bro?
Hegan the Unclean, who was not a final boss. He wasn't especially difficult in terms of raw damage or in rage timers. But
What made you say that?
Naxxramas, both in its original classic version and its Wrath of the Lich King re-release, Hegan changed everything by introducing a mechanic so foundational that it became part of WoW's design language, the dance phase. The fight centers around safe zones that shift across the platform in a repeating pattern. Stand in the wrong spot and you're instantly killed. What made this mechanic revolutionary was that it wasn't reaction-based in the tradition.
Before he gets to it, what other fights have had dances that are, I guess, somewhat similar to this? I'm thinking, so Soul Render. Oh yeah, World in Flames from Ragnaros is kind of a dance. Oh, it's definitely a dance. Sired and Athreus. Wait, what does Sired and Athreus do? Oh, like Massacre? The Cleaves? That's not like a dance. I guess technically you guys who are saying Council of Blood, that is technically true. You literally dance, but that's you know that's not what we're talking about. The Rick Reverb, that's a good shout. It doesn't look like a dance, but it definitely is. That's actually a really good point. I'm just trying to see if we can guess what he brings out. I think Soul Render the most obvious one, where it's like literally just like all you're doing is dancing. You're doing Hagen the Unclean. Kaiveza? Nah. It just rotates in a circle. I don't think Kaiveza counts. Smolderon? Oh. Yeah, oh dude, for sure Smolderon. Yeah, for sure Smolderon. Painsmith? Oh, Painsmith dude, there's so many actually. They do this all the time. Yeah, Painsmith, you're exactly right. The intermission of Painsmith. Okay.
Sense. It was memory-based.
We'll see how many we get right.
Players had to internalize and execute a movement sequence rather than responding to a warning. At the time, this kind of precise rhythmic movement wasn't expected in raids. Most fights involved standing still or executing rotations. Hegan broke that mold. Success wasn't about numbers, it was about spacing, timing, and repetition. The dance mechanic became a template. Modern mythic fights like Anduin Wrynn or Razagath borrowed heavily from the idea that movement, memory, and platform awareness are key to success. Hegan didn't look flashy, he wasn't a final boss tier, but
I don't
his
know about
encounter
those.
redefined what a raid mechanic could ask of players. It was the first time Blizzard used consistent, pattern-based movements as a core test, and it's never really stopped using this since.
Yeah, good video. Good video. That was perfect amount of time to eat my food, so served its purpose. All right, boys. Okay, it's 3:30. Dratnos might be home in an hour and a half. I might delay the tier list audit. So if you guys don't remember what that was, I said it earlier, but basically we have the raid tier list and the Mythic Plus tier list. But in the sake of accuracy, what we'll probably do is have, and you can just do this for all of these going forward, we have everyone do them individually, and we have that YouTube video has already been released. And then we will have a group of geniuses, not including myself. I'm also not a genius, but I will not be involved in the reordering of these things. And we will have some experts potentially move some stuff around based on a like committee rather than every individual class putting themselves here. All right. Yahoo. Can you reveal who the auditors are? I haven't figured it out yet, but I'll probably call Pete. I'll probably call Dratnos and Dorky. Shout out the pod. And we'll see where people put stuff. Maybe Tuttles, fuck it. Call Growl. I already said I'm calling Pete. First list I've seen that's got feral anything below A. Oh yeah, so side note, I didn't talk to a feral druid or rep paladin and totally made up its ranking. So, slightly unfortunate for that. But before that though, we have I might have you guys be able to alter your raid comp. So you guys have made a few raid comps now, but now we are 2 days from the patch, so I'll give you one more opportunity. You will still get one more, which is like probably the day before the raid. Max, how much of modern Race World First planning is about recognizing previously used mechanics and transposing them onto current problems? It's not necessarily that. Like, sometimes you'll see a mechanic, like, for example, if you notice every time we see something like Blaze on Fire Rack, it's happened like 3 times now. You just call it Blaze and you kind of deal with it like how you dealt with previous mechanics. But as far as planning, maybe sometimes when you're reading a dungeon journal on a boss you can't see, you use some examples of how mechanics have worked before. Like, basically, to do this job well, you have to be able to look at a boss. You've looked at enough dungeon journal entries to where when you look at a new entry, like the new last boss, and you see this mechanic, and you're like, what could this look like? And you're like, oh, well, that kind of reads like this other mechanic we used to have. Maybe it looks like this. And then someone else chimes in. Well, maybe, is there a fucking race going on? Maybe it looks like this. And you just come up with a bunch of different plans of like what it could look like, and you're almost exclusively using your like memory bank of WoW mechanics you've dealt with and problem solved in the past on how you would do it for this. Max, how do you hire analysts? Are they just previous world first raiders or like Mensa geniuses from a lab? Some of them we definitely have some that I would consider Mensa geniuses from a lab, but I don't know. Being an analyst is weird. You don't like have any purely defined role that needs to happen from an analyst. They all kind of bring something different. It's basically just like doing this race thing is just this really complicated problem you need to solve, and if you can just add really smart people, ideally with experience, that can help you, they're someone who is of value. But those people are really hard to find. Like, I don't know how many people have the title of Race to World First Analyst right now between all the guilds, but the amount that are actually like fucking beasts at this shit is probably like less than 5. They're like, they're so hard to come by. But they can kind of be anyone. They could be a former raider. They could be someone who's literally never raided before. Like, there's a lot of variance. Anyways, I'm pulling up the thing. All right, guys. Let me look at your previous comp here. Mana Forge comp predictions chat list. Okay, here's what we got. This is you did it 1 month pre-raid. Yep, please get off my screen. You did it 3 weeks pre-raid. And then now, today will be 2 weeks pre-raid. I'm interested to see where you guys go with this. So let's again, assuming this is for the last boss, you're assuming a 4 heal. And let's see where you guys go. So what's the actually what's the best thing to do? Where do we start? I forget the best way to start this. There's like an efficient way to do it. Isn't it more like 1 week pre-raid? Sure. All right, so I'm seeing a decent amount of people in chat saying enhance is dead, minus enhance plus Ellie. Can I get a yes or no from people if you guys like that change? Okay, massive yeses around the board here. Okay, so enhance out, Ellie in. Which also makes this... If I'm just take... Oh, wait, why did I do that? That would make this the... if you just repeated what you had from last week, for example. Maybe, maybe the best way to do this is actually just to throw in the stuff that are raid buffs. I guess. And then just have you guys basically remake. Yeah. That's probably... Or do I just keep the same thing and you do some substitutions? Yeah, and then we're going to do that. That's faster. Because I don't think you guys are going to be doing that many changes. I will just probably... Yeah, fuck it. All right, let's start with tank. What do you guys think about tanks, by the way? Any tank opinions specifically? People are saying Prot Warrior. Brew Prot, Prot War, Prot Pal. Warrior instead of Brew. Blood. People are saying Blood. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so... I'm just going to delete both of these for now. And I'm just going to do a poll with just the tank classes in it. Except for one that none of you are saying. I'll probably do 2, but we'll just see who wins the first one. So, actually, you know what? I don't think I need to do 2. There are a million people saying Prot Pal or Prot Warrior. You guys want a Prot Warrior? Do we want a Prot Warrior, chat? Almost infinite yeses. Okay, so we're going Prot Warrior. It lost its spot last time, and now it's gained it back. All right, tanks. Let's do the rest of the tanks here. So, let's do Prot Pal. Let's do Gordian. Let's do Blood Decay. Let's do Brewmaster, and then would you guys like Vengeance? Some people were saying double Prot Warrior. When was the last time you ran 2 of the same tank class because they were perceived to be the best tank? Like on an end boss. You did it in Battle for Azeroth a lot. You did it with double Monk and Uldir, which is a mistake, by the way. Monk wasn't even the best tank in that raid at all. And you did it in Eternal Palace, I think. So yeah, I guess there's not a long time. Not for a long time. So I'll just put Vengeance there. Fuck it. You guys, if you guys really want double Prot Warrior, you can argue for it, but it would have to be a majority. All right, the poll's out, by the way. Sorry, YouTube chat. I either you can't do polls in YouTube chat or I don't know how to. So regardless, you guys have to go to Twitch to vote on this if you want to do that. Sharing links must be tough. It's not a link. It's literally like a in Twitch chat poll that you run. It's not like a straw poll or whatever. Okay, so it looks like Prot Pally is winning by a significant amount. Okay. So that means you guys are not high enough on Ret or Holy. All right, healer comp. Are there any healer comp opinions? Any healer comp opinions? A lot of same enjoyers running rainbow comp. Here's another question. How often do you play rainbow comp in the race? Which just means how often is your healer comp one of 4 different things rather than 2 of the best thing? Feels like never. All right, I'm going to do a poll. All right. What do? Responses are stay the same. That's number 1. We have remove priest. We have remove Mistweaver, remove Prez, and remove Druid as the 5 options. Okay, looks like remove Prez is actually the highest voted thing right now. And by the way, even if you guys choose to do that, you'll still have the option to add it back in when that spot needs to be filled. Ooh, isn't Prez busted? Well, 51% of you guys think it's bad. So either some of you are knowers or some of you are misled, you know? Mythic plus taints this so much. I mean, this is just for the raid. All right, remove Prez is going to win. But stay the same is pretty close, so Prez enjoyers, don't worry. You guys will have the option to vote it back in. Also, you will have that option, like, basically right now. Someone said Prez was goated. Yeah, but, like, content creators get that shit wrong all the time, though. There's been multiple tiers where they put like disc in like C tier and it's like run on every boss, and you know what I'm saying, like that there's not any consistent quality often correct info that is publicly available for any of these races. It's never really been that way. Okay. Also, do you 3 heal? How many? There was a decent amount of 3 heal bosses last raid, right? So I guess you don't need to 4 heal, but okay, last healer. So I'll give you some spots, some options here. So let's probably just add all the things that you... So let's add Prez back as an option. Let's have Mistweaver. So second Mistweaver. Second Mistweaver. Second Druid. Second Priest. Okay, all these things. Isn't there a lot of raid damage this tier? There's a lot of raid damage every tier. Is there... Okay, so the ones we don't have added right now are Holy Paladin, Resto Shaman. Do you guys want either of those as an option? Or do you guys feel strongly about one than the other? Add Shaman. Okay, I'll add Shaman. I think they both just got buffed, right? So... Okay, so 51% of people on the previous poll said remove Prez. But then once they saw what was potentially going to be added, some of them came to their senses and are of the opinion that, oh, actually Prez is the best one for that spot. But that's fine. That's how this works. Democracy. Prez is right back. Okay. DPS. Any strong DPS opinions? Boys, we got 2 hunters right now, 2 warlocks, 2 mages. Non-raid buffs required based on what you have from tanks and healers. You have to keep your Havoc. You have to keep your... You don't have to keep your Warrior, actually, because you have a Prot Warrior. DK's Grip, who knows? You have a second Hunter, where you only need 1. You have a second Warlock, where you only need 1. You have a second Mage, where you only need 1. You have a Priest, where you do not need any. And you have a Dev, where you do not need any. Those are your raid spots that are optional. So, what are you guys thinking? Seeing majority say remove Warrior, delete Warrior, delete Warrior. Okay, Warrior's out. Don't even need to pull it. Can add it back in later always. What after Warrior Boys? We're not adding. We're removing. Any removers? Seeing a lot of remove hunter. Yep, okay. Removing a hunter. Alright, so now we have 2 removals. Any other removals before we add? You guys can go back to removing later if you feel strongly about adding something now. DK. Everyone's saying remove 1 DK. Okay, 1 DK is being removed. Again, you guys can add them back before the people who are like, don't remove DK are mad. You could just simply have that option. Okay. Any other removers? Okay, I don't see any real consensus adders. Or, sorry, removers from this point, so we're going to keep it the same. You guys do have the option to remove later. Okay. Poll for adding. What do you guys want to add? Any adders? All right, I'm seeing Windwalker. I'm seeing Warlock. So, 3rd Warlock. I'm seeing Ret. I'm seeing Og. I'm seeing... let's see. Seeing DK. Probably won't put DK because I feel like you guys will want to at least go to the last spot before you start adding stuff back. Warrior and Shadow Priest. I'm just going to do it. These 4 are by far the most popular. I'm just going to keep it to 4. Looks like 3rd Warlock is winning significantly. All right. All right, so now we have 2 more spots in which I'll probably replace something with 3rd Warlock, but basically I'm going to do another vote after this with Windwalker, Ret, or Og. And I guess 4th Warlock as an option. All right, chat. What makes you guys really like Warlocks right now? What's the logic? I want to see how many of you guys can... Like, basically, I'm assuming a lot of you guys are like, they do a ton of damage. But is there anything about this raid, maybe in particular, that would make Warlock more attractive? All specs are good. Good portals. Wow, no one said it yet. I'm not saying you're playing a lot of Warlocks, but there is specifically a mechanic on a specific boss that Warlocks will be obviously very, very good for. Among other classes as well, but... Oh, wow. Oh, there we go. Someone said, just port every sausage wave. Fuck it. Exactly right. It's a not super high level thinking to imagine that things like blinks of any kind, you know, certain, you know, like other specs have like little small blinks they can do. Void Elf exists. Blinks, teleports, transcends, portals. All of those things are, yeah, Shadow Step. All those things potentially have massive value on the last phase of the last fight. Okay. Doing another poll. Like the last time a boss had something like the sausage mechanic, Method played like 10 Warlocks or something, right? All right, new class. They also didn't win that raid, but yeah. Okay, new class. We got The same ones from before. So Windwalker, Ret, 4th Warlock, and there was another one you guys wanted. I forgot what it was though. I'm seeing a lot of Shadow Priest Dev. Seeing a lot of Shadow Priest Dev. I'm really interested in Shadow specifically from you guys because, like, I think Shadow, if there's ever been, like, potential sim bait, right, is if you guys are planning on, like, I guess, like, what, playing Archon in a raid setting on a boss with, like, a ton of movement, I could see both ways, right, if you're you right now. Like, I could see both. I could see, well, maybe that won't be feasible and they're going to have to play something else. But I could also see that it's like, this is the Race World first raid comp. So if anyone's going to be able to pull it off, it's going to be the priests in those guilds, right? So, yeah, but PI? Okay. You want a second priest because of PI? Who are you putting it on in this comp? Who's the second? The first one's obvious. Where's the second one going? A lock? Oh, maybe. You never know. Okay, Windwalker, Ret, 4th Warlock, Shadow Priest, and I think second Dev is the thing I see the most right now. And then we still have another spot after, but okay, putting the vote out. Technically a third PI. Oh, yeah. Yeah, another priest. Okay, 4th Warlock's winning by a decent amount. You know what's really interesting about this comp? This would be the least amount of melee brought in the race by like 2 or 3 melee, which is very interesting. Now, I'm not saying that means you guys are wrong or that's like statistically, like historically weird. But it's also not surprising because I think what I've seen from community sentiment is people think this is a bad melee raid. Which I don't really understand that, but like I'm not saying like melee aren't tuned well. I'm just saying like purely based on the construct of the fights are melee bad. I don't understand that, but it seems to be more than most tiers. All right, 4th Warlock. They're trolling. I mean, you can say they're trolling, but last tier we had 4 mages on an end boss saying you want like 4 of a specific class on an end boss that you think is strong and can port every wave in the last phase potentially. That I don't know, that there's logic to that at least. Like usually, I'm never going to tell you guys what I think, but usually if your logic seems wrong, then I'll usually tell you, like, maybe you're thinking about it the wrong way. Not that it's going to lead you to a different conclusion or whatever. It's just, like, make sure you're thinking about it. Like, for example, I can give you one right now. You guys are using a lot of Warlocks to port potentially up to 3 Desausage waves consistently in the last phase of Demencius. What do you guys think this comp might be missing to enable that? Maybe. What might be missing? What might you run out of? Ah, you guys are getting it. There you go. Yeah, I mean, Warlock self-port is great, but if this mechanic is happening consistently or you need to use it 2 times on any individual wave, you need Time Spiral. It's also a time where Time Spiral lines up with everyone else, right? When are people going to want Time Spiral in the last phase of Demencius? Everyone else that actually gets movement spells. Probably when there's a bunch of fucking waves out, right? So that could be something that matters too, right? If you're running 4 of these and you know that they rely on that, it's possible you would want maybe another Evoker to enable that to work. But also, maybe that's made up. Maybe also you want an AUG because you know what AUG has that we haven't talked about in a while? Fucking Wernstone. Wernstone could be sick in the last phase of Demencius, right? So you have a bunch of options here. But it is just interesting if you're playing 4 of one thing, you kind of need to look at your comp differently. Not necessarily what's the next best class. You almost want to think, what do I need to support this happening? But also it could be a bait, right? You have to guess right now what we're going to do on the end boss. You know what's possible? We get to the end boss, maybe we have 4 Warlocks, maybe we don't. And then you think you need another evoker because you need another time spiral, but what happens if those mechanics are so spread out that you actually only need 2 for the entire phase? You use port, time spiral the next one, port again, time spiral the next one, port again, and then you're chilling. Or time spiral's almost up again, right? Maybe you don't need 3. Maybe you don't even need 2. Maybe you could just, it happens every 40 seconds and it's up natty, you know? You actually don't know. So I'm going to ask you guys guys, stop doing overworking. I know it's 2 hours. I'm not turning it off yet. Fucking stop it. All right. Poll for the last class to be invited. What add? What do you guys want to add? I'm not even mad, by the way. I'm not even mad. Oh, interesting. Seeing a lot of devs, seeing a lot of AUG. Probably, I mean, I was trying to explain some like fun thinking things to you guys. May have gaslit you into just like making sure you definitely need an evoker or something, which isn't necessarily true, but all good. Love a good gaslight. Seeing a lot of DK enjoyers as well still. Yeah, very few melee. But that's not necessarily bad though. Like usually not having enough ranged is the issue, or having too many melee is the issue. Those two things are kind of the same. It's very rarely like, oh, we have too many ranged. Unless there are fights where, I mean, I think Gul'dan is the most famous version of this fight where melee weren't really doing a lot of mechanics. So like having the more melee meant the more people in your raid that were doing an easy fight. And also it meant that the ranged got the mechanic every single time instead of having to like learn different variations of it. On Sprocketmonger, if you had exactly 9 ranged, after the first phase, you would get the drills at exactly the same time every single, like, for the rest of that pull. So you didn't need a weak ward. You just knew when you were getting it, which was fun. But if you had 1 less ranged or 1 more ranged, you would have... First of all, you had 1 less ranged. It meant melee were going to get drills. And if you had 1 more ranged, now it's completely random, right? So, like, sometimes precise amounts of people is really important. All right, so we have Dev, AUG, DK, and then from the previous poll, we had some Priest enjoyers, and we had some, it's either Windwalker or Ret. Can you guys give me a quick little, like, do you care about Windwalker or Ret more here? Just to put on the poll. Windwalker looks like it's had. Right. Actually, it's kind of close. I don't think either of them are winning this poll, though, so... That's actually getting really fucking close. Well, shit. Okay. Windwalker's winning by a significant amount, so we might have to do a Windwalker versus Ret poll specifically. We'll do that after this. But Windwalker, if you're looking at it, at least for the last boss, which is what this is for, it kind of makes sense. You have Transcend. Transcend is really good. Not to mention you have Transcend. Do monks still have that one talent? They do, right? Like, Escape from Reality could not only... Escape from Reality could be fucking crazy for this. For this fight, right? Like, if there's 3 waves happening at once, you transcend one, and then you transcend again, like, that's fucking goated. Right? So that could be really strong. And then you feel like you're low on melee, and you're basically just saying you think Windwalker's better than DK. That could be true. Another thing to mention about DK... is the last time that Desausage existed, right? Well, I guess, so when we did Desausage, the last time the Desausage mechanic existed, DKs could AMS the application of, like, the vuln that would make you die from soaking the wave, right? Couldn't tell you if that's what's going to happen this time. And who knows if that works for all of them. Maybe the second wave breaks your AMS and then gives it to you. But I would certainly say probably on average that the Windwalker Transcend would be at least a little bit better for that mechanic, not to mention the like damage and stuff. But okay, so Windwalker. All right, this is your comp, guys. Just don't start spamming yet, please. Just like take a little look at it. Just a nice look. Just get looking. Look at it. Just squint a little bit. Squint, and look at it. All right, now. Would you guys like to make any changes? Oh, we were supposed to vote for Rhett. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. I just want to see if there's any guessers here. People are thinking we need a DK. Well, what does need one more DK mean? What makes you think you need a Death Knight? Like, you think it's like, oh, they're the best class in the game. Well, that's interesting if you would say you need one, because if you think they're the best class in the game, then that means you would want more of them, I suppose. You're saying need, meaning like you need a grip per side? Per side on Nexus King? Okay. Could. All right, so what would you remove to add a DK, though? You have to remove something. I'll do a poll. 4 Warlocks is crazy. You run close to 4 of whatever you perceive to be the best class a lot of times on end bosses. It's not really uncommon. It was really uncommon for a while there when Ret Or existed because there was just simply an extra raid buff from Paladins. But since they removed that, it's definitely within the... It just happened, right? It did just happen, but it didn't need to just happen. That's also important. Like, Fire Mage was fine in that fight. It was basically just like you could have honestly had anyone pick those bombs up. It would have been fine. Their damage was okay. It wasn't amazing. I mean, it was really good. It just wasn't like fucking goated. Like Nyalotha Mage. Okay, remove. We're gonna put things here to remove. Warlock. Actually, before we do this, I just want... What do you guys think is better? What is better, Ret or Windwalker? Because you already have a Mistweaver and a Prop Paladin, so neither of these are for the buff. So, if you guys think Ret is better than Windwalker, we should just put a Ret in place of Windwalker here. But if you think Windwalker is better, right? So, Ret doesn't have Transcend, but, you know, it has Bubble. You could Bubble, like, the hard set. A lot of times on fights like that, you don't need to Transcend every single wave, but... you might really, really want to have Transcend for, like, the hard wave, you know, or Void Elf for the hard wave. Okay, Windwalker wins significantly. Okay, I just wasted a minute of all of our lives. All good? Max, stop reading chat. It's minus Windwalker and then plus Dev. Well, if I didn't read chat, I wouldn't have read what you just said. But the poll, you guys literally voted Windwalker over Dev, though. Okay, now we're doing a vote remove. All right, chat is getting a little bit of buyer's remorse from the 4th Warlock. You were getting a little too hyped earlier, and you're like, all right, guys, we got a little too excited. Let's fix our mistake, potentially. All right, so we're looking to remove here. Doing the poll now. Remove. Warlock. Windwalker. What are the other ones people are saying? It's pretty much just Windwalker and Warlock that are up for it. I guess Mage. We haven't talked about second Mage in a while. Okay. Remove Hunter. You better be real confident that Hunter's bad if you want Hunter gone. I've seen people type that. I just want to say, just go to a log real quick and look at 1% of the total raids damage, and then just throw that number on top of the Hunter's bar at any log you're looking at, and you tell me if you think that raid buff isn't good enough. Okay, here we go. Oh, wait, I should have had a stay the same option. I doubt it, though, because I think the majority of people right now are pretty much on the remove Warlock train. I should have had a stay the same option. Fuck. I don't feel like doing an extra poll either. We're going to remove a Warlock because we can always add it back later. All right, so we removed a Warlock. What do we need, boys? What are we adding here? What are we adding? We're adding a DK. We're adding a DK, we're adding a Dev, we're adding a Shadow Priest, adding a Warlock, have some Warlock enjoyers. Okay, here's my guess. There's a lot of DK sayers. Okay, when we added Windwalker back, why would you add a Windwalker over a DK? Like, think about it. I mean, I guess you could make the argument of like they do things enough differently, but like you guys just voted Windwalker over DK to get in. Why would you add a DK after that? Wouldn't have you had just wanted to have 3 DKs in that sense, or have a DK instead of the Windwalker? That actually doesn't make sense. Like, I don't really understand that. Oh, some people are saying I don't think it's better, but you guys are gonna play Trill. That's kind of an interesting. That's like you're thinking less about what the best comp is, but you're assuming we're gonna win, and then you're assuming we're gonna play a player. That's actually kind of an interesting. I didn't even think about that. All right, so let's see. Poll. Add. We can add things. So people are definitely the most common ads are easily DK. They are dev. They are I saw some Warlock enjoyers. I saw some Aug enjoyers. I saw okay, I'm gonna hold off on the dev or Aug thing. I'm just gonna put Evoker because I think what's happening is dev and Aug are splitting a vote. And then after I put it in, if you guys do select Evoker, I'll just let you choose the spec. Okay, so DK Evoker. What else, guys? What else do you guys want? Second Rogue. Okay. Some big second Rogue enjoyers coming in. Lots of Mage. Another Mage? I mean, I'm just gonna do this. There's not a ton of people asking for. I really honestly think it's like it's like second DK or Evoker are the options here. Everything else is like really sparse. Okay, Evoker's winning significantly. It's getting a little closer, actually. We'll hold. It's getting closer. Someone in chat says swap out Dev and put to Aug. Yeah, Aug's always an interesting one. Aug is the class by far in the history of WoW since it has come out that the community perception of how good Aug is versus how good it actually is the most wrong so far, not counting this tier, like everything that's happened so far. I think going into races, like people thought they were okay. We were planning on running 4 of them. People thought they were like guaranteed to be in, and we didn't play them at all and played Dev instead. Like there's Aug is just something, especially with how bad logs are, that just requires constant. It requires constant like testing to know how good it is, and it's very annoying to do. Evoker 1, stop the count. Oh, that's pretty hard. I mean, you guys are pretty DK LARPers means that Evoker actually won by like 50. I don't know. I don't even know what to do. They basically tied. I mean, Evoker goes in. And then some people are saying swap Windwalker with DK. Okay. Could do. I guess what spec of Evoker do you guys want? Here we go. Throwing the poll up. Someone said you can remove Hunter if 100 to HP does not 100 to 80% HP does not matter. Examples like Neltharion, Fireack, Razageth, Mugsy. Sitting Hunter on Firehacker Raz, even knowing that would have been just unbelievably stupid. Same thing with Neltharion. Those were tight in progression. Muggsy, what? Muggsy damage mattered? 100 to 80, right? Oh, you're assuming, yeah, like it's the burn for the last phase of Muggsy, but just getting to the last phase consistently, at least in the Race World First, was very difficult. It doesn't matter now, yeah, but this is like a Race World First list. It's a Race World First prediction, right? Basically, in the race, all the bosses you mentioned, 100 to 80 not mattering. Did Og just win by 2 votes? Dude. I mean, you guys are really undecided. Okay, because Og and Dev are so close and Og won by 2 votes, I feel like 1 Dev, 1 Og is like fair beans. I feel like that's like a decent prediction. I feel like that's the easiest way to do it. You have 2 Evokers, you guys are split on the specs. Why can't you just say 2 Evokers? That's interesting. You're right. We don't ask you to pick whether they're Destruction or Affliction or Demo, or whether they're Frost or Unholy. But we do make you delineate between whether they're ranged or melee, like Ellie or Enhance. I think that's fair. But it is weird. Like, even though these are 2 ranged DPS specs for Evoker, they do feel different, even though they're like kind of not. You don't do survival for BM and MM? Yeah, it's melee range swap, yeah. You know what? Fuck it. I'll give you guys that. They can be either spec. That's fine. That also, you guys will just complain less about it. Okay. Any other changes, guys? One more. You get one more, and then we're moving off this, and then we're auditing our tier list with some geniuses. Let me actually message people, see if they're around. I'm just actually gonna make a call with these people. To add some more people. Pete. All right, looking back in chat, sorry I was messaging some people. Seeing a lot of minus Windwalker and DK. All right, I'm just doing a straight up poll for it. Last poll. This is for second DK or Windwalker. You can. This is not to add like on top of what we have. This is literally this spot right here. Do you want a second DK or Windwalker in it? That seems to be the biggest thing you guys are having an issue with. Chat voted for Trill, not just. I mean, Trill's played other specs in progression before, right? We've also killed end bosses without Trill with him in the guild multiple times. Was kind of clever to think, like, oh, they're definitely going to have this many players or this person in or something. AMS2 Strongy. Okay, Windwalker out. DK in. How do you guys feel? This doesn't look too weird. Isn't it interesting how raid comps are like always... Like they could just look weird or not look weird. This doesn't look weird. Healer comp looks a little weird. I think it's just really unlikely that just historically, it's not likely that you play one of 4 different specs, but possible, and like it could happen for sure. But we already debated that between you guys. This is a pretty normal looking raid comp for sure. You love that a Warlock has been added each week, bro. People almost added 2 this week. Ooh, I wonder if we could do like another thing with this, because we are doing a chat list, which is kind of fun. But I wonder if we could like kind of do like a March Madness bracket situation, in that we have people submit their own raid comp, and maybe like a little bit extra kicker, you try to guess who wins, and you try to guess like what day, how long it goes. These are not, you don't have to get all of them right, but just to see if like someone gets like a crazy good guess. Like basically you can guess the comp, you guess who wins, you guess what day it dies, and then like the closest person gets like $1,000 or something. It's kind of like an office bracket challenge, but just for the race. But here's the only issue. I don't want to like have to intake this information. Like someone else is going to have to do it for sure. Maybe we don't do money, because I feel like money turns it into like Blizzard could get weird about it. I would have to like get that approved. That sounds annoying. Also, money makes it like people could get like really mad at who wins and stuff. I kind of like this idea. Let me message Frank about it. Yo. Have an idea where viewers submit... Maybe he's here right now. I don't know if he's here right now. Reviewers submit raid comp predictions, the winner, and the amount of days it takes. And the closest wins something, I don't know, but would be fun content either way. We have like a week to figure it out, because I'm pretty sure you guys would only want to submit this like the day before it starts. Winner gets a Senarth displate. Oh my god, that would be so fucking funny. I don't think there's many. It's like Exodia. It's very rare. There's only one, or like a couple. But that would be just so fucking funny. All right, at least Growl and Dorky are here. Okay, before I do the thing with Dratnos Dorky Pete, the auditing, we should probably, just so people don't get mad at me, we should talk to a Ret Paladin and a Feral Druid, right? We talked to, like, Miss Marvel last time for Feral. Could maybe do that again? Could fucking do that shit again, you know what I mean? Psy is online. Okay, is Cybear actually, like, playing Feral on, like, PTR right now? We have talked to Cybear before. He's great, but I just don't know if that's actually a thing he's doing. He was like, last time I talked to him, he was like just hard playing Final Fantasy or some shit. I could call Meteos. I don't know if I have Meteos on Discord. I definitely don't. I do know him though. I wouldn't be opposed to that. He's co-streaming League right now. Oh yeah. Bucket. Confirmed. Cybear has played Feral on PTR. Okay, let's just call his ass. All right, what about Red Paladin though? It can't be Dazer. I can never get a hold of Bolus. I could try though. But usually he like isn't Bolus OCE, so he's like just giga asleep right now. Yeah, yes it can, and he won't play this tier anyway. No, I mean, yeah. It's 9 a.m. OCE. Oh, so now we have to hope that he's like a normie. Are OCE gamers degens, or do you guys like wake up at 9 a.m.? I mean, I guess the only way you could answer that right now is if you were awake at 9 a.m. But it's possible you're so degenerate that you are still awake. Meteos said, I haven't looked at or touched PTR. I don't know anything about next season. W. Okay, that should be a perfect person to get then. That sounds amazing. I'm sure that would be... He could just make shit up. That's like pretty much what I've already done, so all good. Oh, wait. You guys, we were going to talk to the tomato. I see he's in chat right now. Maybe we could invite him on to help audit the tier list. I don't know if Dorky and all them know the tomato though. I could do that. I don't know how to get in contact with him though. I mean, I guess he's in here right now. Tomato man, hit me up on Discord. My Discord is it's simply just maximum. That's it. That's the one. And then I'll get you on here. I don't know. Maybe we don't talk Feral and Ret. I still don't have a Ret, so like because we don't have both, I just don't do either, and they just get audited with everyone else. Oh, he messaged me. He messaged me a tomato emoji. I don't know what to say. I'm gonna send one back. Okay. You have to accept friends, so I can add you to a call. Dude, I'm trying to explain this to Frank that this is going to be like a March Madness bracket, but just no one outside of America knows what that means. I'm sure there's other things like it, though. Okay, Frank said, I know what March Madness is, man. UNC on top. Fuck Villanova. Why on earth do Europeans watch North American college sports? Why? It's like, what is going on right now? Like, what do you guys have nothing going on or what? Frank's just weird. All right, W Frank. All right, I'm adding Zorthus to this shit. I guess it's fucking time. Dratnos isn't here yet. And I don't feel like delaying another, like, 40 minutes, so... Dude, imagine having stuff going on IRL, by the way. If we're going to talk about it. By the way, before I call people, is it... So it's like money back guaranteed confirmed that Cutting Edge ends tomorrow. Because, like, I tweeted about it, and it wasn't like anyone at least confirmed it. I didn't check, like, Wowhead or anything, but, like, in my reply section. So I said, does this... Please note that War Within Season 2 is ending at the current end of current week of content. All seasonal rewards and titles will cease to be obtainable. Okay. Does this include Cutting Edge? It would be a departure of how that's worked for all the recent seasons. And then people have mentioned, which seems to be obvious, which is like this patch rollover is very different because the actual season is starting Tuesday. Right? The actual season is starting Tuesday instead of like a week from Tuesday because you can do delves and because you can do Mythic Zeros and they matter. So, but this person said the Cutting Edge achievement explicitly states until the release of next raid. Cutting Edge Chrome Gallywix. Defeat it before the release of the next raid tier. But I'm guessing the raid tier means season, not raid. You know what I mean? Like, I understand why. Like, you can get new season gear tomorrow or on Tuesday, and you can get the cloak. But I want to see... Someone said there was a blue post confirming it. I just want to, like, quick confirm that shit. Where is the... Oh, season end and new content reminders? Where's the Wowhead? Where's the blue post confirmation? Is it this? With the Ghost of Crushing, we're taking a new approach to ending a season and opening new content, so that players can immediately start gearing up and enjoying everything new. The majority of the content will be available from the start, including new campaign. First line of the next paragraph. Please note that the War Within Season 2 is ending with the current week of content. Yeah, it's the same thing we read on the tweet. I guess it just doesn't specifically mention Cutting Edge. Like, there's other seasonal titles. Here's why it's confusing. There are seasonal titles that do go away at the release of a new patch, but not Cutting Edge. Like, for example, the last time you can get, like, your Mythic Plus title and 0.1% and Glad, those end at the patch, but you could still get Cutting Edge, right? And it's had similar verbiage to this, right? I mean, I get what you guys are saying. There's a lot of reasons, and I believe it is extremely likely that Cutting Edge ends on Tuesday. I would just like a blue post stating very explicitly that that is the case. Not even for me, for, like, people who are like this guy that are still trying to get Cutting Edge this week and are literally confused because it is confusing. You know? It's objectively confusing. Like, I'm 95% sure it's right. I would just like them to be a little bit more clear, that's all. Especially because it's different. Someone messaged me, 2.5 guilds have gotten cutting edge this tier. That's 700 more compared to Ansarek. Yeah, that's not surprising. That tier was harder. And this time we got turbo boosted. Turbo boost OP. All right. I don't think Dranos is going to make it. All right, we're not doing the Feral and Ret thing. We can have some other people move Feral and Ret around. All right, let's prepare my stream for this. And if someone could pin a comment so people don't keep asking, or can, I guess, start asking would be the way to put that. Let me do this, actually, so it can be exactly right. Yeah, there we go. That'll be exactly right. Okay, put that shit on. Mythic Plus Raid. Do I start? No, we have them audit it. All right, so before I call them, and before any of the people who came on and ranked this stuff get mad, that video already exists, right? Where you guys got to be the list. And that's what we've done before. But something I just wanted to do in general this time was have, first of all, we can create some extra content, but we'll have, instead of each individual spec ranking themselves, which can have some optimists, some pessimists, you know, we're just going to take a group of, let's call them experts, which are mostly just my friends plus a tomato, and we will get them to maybe criticize the list that was made a little bit. Get them to maybe make some changes by looking at like a panel of people rather than leaving it up to each individual. Tomato isn't your friend? I've never spoken to this guy in my life. He made a fucking great YouTube video one time, though. All right. I don't hate the tomato. I just, you know what I'm saying? I'm not like anti-tomato. I'm anti-eating tomatoes sometimes when the texture's not right. Kind of shit, but yeah. Oh, Franck already made the comp prediction thing, by the way. We'll talk about that after this. All right. Can someone pin any of the mods? Pin who's actually talking if you can. It's going to be Dorky, Growl, Tettles if he's here. He hasn't responded yet. And Zorthus. All right, doing it. Hello, cats.
Yo, what up?
Yo.
So I haven't talked to Growl in a long time. What have you been doing? You playing Mop?
A little bit. I mean, so we made like a little friend guild with like it's like Evade and Rivens and Twixt and Terrathal and some of his Final Fantasy buddies.
Are you guys owning?
We're all right. We only raided like 2 days and someone was busy, so I think it was like 5 hours or something. We got all the bosses down except for Will, and we were on Will for a little bit, but we decided to just like switch to normal and kill it because it was getting late.
What was holding you back? Was it the dance or was it the CC?
Well, when you say CC,
like CCing the ads. I'm assuming you're just CCing them forever. Are we actually killing them?
No, well, it's 10 on 10
man.
man
You have to kill
harder.
them. Yeah.
Yeah, Will on 10 man is like it. At least from what I watched, was like much more difficult than 25 man. So we were trying to kill all of the ads, and like we don't have a rogue, so we can't soak them, and so we were basically like doing the fight as natty as can be, and it was very tough. At least with like our gear.
Or is that insane?
I don't think they're that insane. Everything was like pretty reasonable. Basically, it's basically like an ad fight where it just keeps spawning ads, and then every time it kills an ad, it spawns another ad that like fixates and blows up and kills you instantly if it touches anybody. So like in 10-man, it can be really tough. Like if you have one of your best ad killers fixated and having to run around, like
Isaac
kinda,
RNG, yep.
yeah.
Okay.
But it was fun.
Love that. Love the mop is good, but you have been you are still somewhat in the know of like at least probably like Mythic Plus going into the next year, right?
Oh yeah.
All right, W.
I mean, maybe not as much as the other people in the call.
That's why there's multiple. You guys are a panel of experts, is what I've been telling people. So
a panel of VTubers. We got 2 cats and a tomato.
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. What's up, Zorthus?
Yeah.
Do you guys know the tomato?
Good morning.
We played.
You guys have played together? All right, fuck yeah. So I have had a few people accuse some people on stream the other day of sandbagging. And I think there's been maybe a little bit more of potentially that than in previous tiers. But also, I don't know how much of it is sandbagging. It could be you just have some people that are like, everyone's yelling at them, don't rank it too high or else we're going to get nerfed, and don't rank it too low or else no one's going to invite me. And they just don't know what to do. And they and just maybe in general, someone's like a glass half full. Like I talked to Rogue Shindig, and he just put everything. He's like loving the fucking game. He's like, you could hear the passion. And you hear other people, and they're like, everything sucks, right? They're just like
He's
different.
the new JPC.
They're just different people. Yeah, new JPC. So you guys are here to maybe look at some things that stand out, and you guys will have the final decision of where these things are going. So if you feel like something's like totally wrong, you guys can debate as to where it should actually go.
All right, give me the first one because I think it's easy.
Okay, what is the most egregious thing you see on this screen?
I feel like Unholy is turbo mega sandbagging, right? Like, isn't Unholy really good now? Now that I think Frost is still good, but I think Unholy is like, considering that Unholy is also like giga tanky, never dies. Like, I feel like Unholy is insane in M plus right now. Like, a lot of people are saying it's gonna be like in the meta spec again, right?
Unholy, I think Unholy and Frost are like the same spec. I think they actually do like the exact same thing, the exact same cooldown timings, and do like both do like very high damage.
I feel like Unholy is on par or better than like almost every DPS spec. No, like he's got Dev Evoker ahead of it. He's got Ret Paladin ahead of Unholy. He's got Demo Warlock ahead of Unholy.
Okay, Ret Paladin was
There's
made
no
up.
way.
Like literally hard made
Yeah,
up.
is that just like some anti-Dazer propaganda?
No, I just literally just couldn't find a red and we just made it up.
Oh.
Yeah.
I would put well, seeing the specs that you have in S, because you literally have like Ellie Shaman and Shadow Priest in S and Havoc. I feel
Those
like
can move,
Unholy is
though.
At least Unholy is at least as good as those. I would put Unholy in S to start.
So you
at
guys
least
think
with
middle of
more
S tier
than
for
that.
Unholy? Any
I
debaters?
want your guys, but you guys know more about PTR than me, so I mean I could be wrong here.
I think the craziest thing is that there are no good DPS in Raid. I think everyone should just play a tank and healer according to this.
Well, that's
Wait, I just realized what is that raid? What? Okay, this is exactly how people sandbag. By the way, so every healer and tank just says they're the best and tells everybody to invite them because they want to get invited, and then every DPS
no, that's not how it works. No,
and then every DPS sandbags.
No, that's not why. It's because the healers and tanks are being judged relative to each other because it's like the same person.
Yeah, exactly.
The multiple tanks and healers, right? But
yeah,
the DPS don't know how to compare to each other. They're just ranking
well,
themselves into.
I mean, they kind of, I don't know. It depends on who starts. So, like the first healer I called was Ellesmere, and he like kind of did, I think, like a pretty fair ranking for Holy Paladin. It wasn't like too optimistic or negative. It was just like, I think they're like kind of okay at both, but it wasn't amazing. And then it was talked about that like Crazy Style is like, this is so good that you definitely in Raid, you definitely want one of these. S, and we could actually probably just re-clarify this just going forward. S is like, I think you probably want one of these, but I'm not sure about stacking them. So Crazy Style is like truly Crazy Style. Like this class fucking owns. You want multiple of these. And Mythic Plus, what Crazy Style means is just this class is going to be in the meta comp. Like it is so good right now that you are going to definitely play this in the role that it is like taking the spot for. S is, we need to see how things shake out, but all these things have the potential to be like in the meta comp. Either their raid buff is really good, like that matters, or like they're at least like built really well, and like maybe if you play physical comp, you'd play this, and maybe if you played magic comp, like this really fits. And then after that, it just kind of goes down. But at least for raid and Mythic Plus, that's how I see those top ones actually shaking out, which means that the guide writer people who are giving their opinions, no one thought that there's any class that you would definitely bring multiple of in raid, which seems weird because I think at least public opinion right now, people definitely think there's going to be a few classes that are stacked, which means that things are not put in the right spot. So I don't know.
Yeah, so well, basically with every
is...
WoW tier list, you like have to move everything up one tier because everyone is just whiny and annoying. So like you have S tier, but that's really A tier, and then whatever crazy style is actually S, and then A is B, and then like B is like look at B for Mythic Plus. It's like Fury Warrior and Holy Priest, like. No, that's okay. All right, it keeps going down. All right, you have.
Oh yeah, it goes worse. Yeah, it goes lower.
Mad tier, but let's be honest. There's not much of a difference between a Fury Warrior and an Arms Warrior in M+.
Well, yeah, I think also you're actually mad in Mythic Plus is very different because let's say the S classes are actually meta, or like 5 of them are meta. There could even be a class in S, and it is truly very, very good. But because it isn't in the meta comp and it doesn't get invited, it's the game mode where being at the lower end of S or an A feels like C because you're just not in the group. You know? That's just like how it works. So I feel like...
I don't think an S tier class can be not invited to the meta spec.
Yeah, maybe not, right?
Though.
But A tier couldn't,
it's
right?
Whatever.
Yeah. Either way. Okay, so he said Unholy. Let's get a spot on Unholy. What do you guys think about Unholy? You think Unholy... It's not definitely meta. It's not crazy style. It's not like for sure going to be the best thing. But you think it is certainly going to be able to. And you guys, and I think Zorthus also said that like Frost should be ranked basically anywhere Unholy is.
Yeah, I think they are the same spec.
I think Frost is a little bit better than Unholy, but
yeah, I would also be inclined to agree with that.
No, I would agree with that. I think they're close enough. They should always. Oh, sorry. I think that they're just close enough. They should always be together at the current state. I think.
But where should they be, Zorthus? Give us the word. Give us the good word.
I think it's S. I don't think they're like super mandatory. I don't think they're like you think of something that's super mandatory in the past, getting like enhanced in season 1. That's super mandatory. I don't really think DK is doing that, but I think they are like incredibly powerful. Compared to other specs.
I think it's more a
Just
dungeon
like what
thing.
they have.
Like, do you not do? Like, where do you think Unholy's good? Like Gambit and Halls?
Pretty much every dungeon.
I just thought they have very similar. Yeah.
I don't know if the mass AoE thing is like much different between them. I actually, I don't know. I just been looking at it. I swear they're like very, very similar.
I have a thought. So, and this damage is king. We all know that, but utility matters and raid buffs definitely matter. Does the fact that DK is basically bringing no raid buff and extremely small utility in Mythic Plus matter within a tier versus things like maybe Shadow Priest that if you're playing Resto Druid, they're bringing Fort and PI, or like Ellie Shaman is bringing Sky Fury, which actually fucking owns. It hasn't made it in like to the super non-physical meta Mythic Plus comp recently, but like what does that mean, right? Like does that mean that like Shadow or Ellie would be ahead of them? Or do you think DK's damage is just so good that it would be stronger anyway?
I think it's just about good at the moment.
I feel like Unholy brings a lot of stuff that's good in M+ right now. So one thing I think is going to be very common in these dungeons is going to be everything does a crap ton of damage, especially by the end of the season with how much power creep there is. So classes that live, I think, are going to be valuable this season a lot more than others. Also, 2 dungeons specifically, and I'm sure there's more, but I know Floodgate for sure with a lot of casters and the what are they called, the demolitionists or whatever, and in Priory with all the range guys. Grip is so good. Like when you play even this season in some of those dungeons without grip, you like definitely notice you like almost have to alter the route if you don't have a DK. Like I think that it's not true that always DK has a lot of utility, but I think in this dungeon pool it is like the grip is not a great buff.
I think that's recency bias. I don't know grip actually.
What do you mean? So you don't think their utility is that good, even in these dungeons?
No, I don't think it's that good.
Okay.
I'm actually thinking about how to do this right now. I don't know if we want to like. So we're doing DK. I'm thinking of like YouTube timestamps. People would maybe want to just tune into the DK adjustment rather than just being like, "What's the next thing that looks like it's totally fucking wrong?" So I wonder if we might just want to also just do DK and raid real quick. How do you guys feel about the DK and raid rankings? High B for Frost and low Dobby for Unholy.
I'm not a raid expert, but that sounds so wrong.
I do not see Unholy being in Dobby. I think you can make arguments for it not being like high up or whatever, but I think Dobby is like kind of crazy. It's like Definitely
Yeah,
a
it
spec
is
that seems to
insane.
be doing damage.
What do you guys think about Frost? Where do you think Frost would go?
At least A.
And then you think Unholy is B? You think it's same tier as Frost, or you think it's like slightly not as good?
I feel like you're probably gonna play like 2 DKs in this raid. Is my
Do you think they're both Frost?
current prediction? I don't know. That's what I'm not too sure about.
I mean, they were during last testing, but so much has changed since the last round of testing. Is part of the problem, right?
I'm very unsure on that.
That's fine. You guys don't have to be like. I mean, raid's
AMZ
really
got a lot
hard.
better this tier.
Yeah, raid's really hard to tell because at least Mythic Plus, you guys have able to be like consistently doing it on PTR through multiple tunings. But like the last raid testing we had, like Moonkins were like going bear form and like doing like twice as much damage as everyone else. Like the like, what has changed since the last time you've seen people in a raid setting is massively different. So like you're basically just trying to use your experience, knowing how the game plays out, how things are usually tuned, and trying to keep track of where things were and where they are now, which is not easy. But yeah, I mean, you're kind of on the right track. Like, let's say DK's damage isn't amazing, but you just absolutely need 2 grips on, like, I'm just gonna make it up, like Nexus King or Dimensius. That like kind of naturally puts them higher, kinda, in a way.
Yeah.
So
I
high
don't
A.
think you're playing a Bloody K. At least not right now.
Yeah. So high A for Frost. And you guys think low A for Unholy or B?
I think I would put it low A. I think the 2 specs still deserve to be on the same tier.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right. So now we are no longer constrained to DPS Death Knight. Any of you can go. And the thing on this list that looks the weirdest to you by far, what is it?
Mage.
Mage, for
Yeah, Mage, yeah.
Yeah, all of the above.
Okay. All right. Which one do you want to start with?
I mean, we just automatically move them all up one. I think that
All up one tier.
Mage
automatically
Mythic Plus.
be better, and we can adjust from there.
Yeah.
Okay. Where's the other mage? Oh, they're right next to each other. So Frost moves up. So Arcade and Frost in A, and then do the same thing in Raid. Made Arcane's an S tier Raid spec. Fire was in Dobby, okay, and Frost goes from A to S as well. Okay. Any further movers?
I'd probably move Frost down to A just because there is a pretty decent differentiation between Arcane and Frost right now, in my opinion, just in terms of the usefulness that it brings in Mythic Plus. But that's mostly like a comparison between Mage's thing. Resonance and their funnel damage is just really stupid. It makes it to where you actually want to play through the Arcane Mage a lot in Mythic Plus, where if Arcane did end up getting a reasonable buff, then you probably wouldn't end up playing through Frost. I think that Frost is actually pretty good. Like if you just wanted to play Mage just generically. But I don't think it's as game warping as Arcane is, and I think that you're going to be expected to play Arcane as opposed to playing Frost. And I think that maybe should be some consideration with it.
So there's some weird stuff going on with Mage. I think Arcane and Frost are both really good. I think the downsides to Frost are that like you provide less generally because tanks don't really kite anymore, and also prio damage usually is more valuable. Also, Frost just tends to sim higher than it actually performs
Always,
in practice,
yeah.
like both in Raid and M+, because you can't just sit there and do whatever you want to do. The downside to Arcane, and this is kind of a weird downside, but it's an evolution of the hero talents right now, and I could be wrong here, but I feel like a lot of the good classes right now also have really good funnel. So I think Unholy has good funnel, I think Ass Rogue has good funnel, Havoc has good funnel, and I feel like you might even run into a weird situation where you're playing with a bunch of classes with funnel and you actually like almost want to play Frost just because like your target just dies, especially with Sun Fury Arcane. Basically, it extends your cooldowns a lot longer than Arcane normally is, so you actually do kind of want your guy living for a long time, and so that's a problem that I've run to on PTR. So I don't know. I think I would say Arcane, generally speaking, is very useful, but I could see people definitely playing Frost in certain comps.
I tend to agree, especially in Mythic Plus, that you only really want one of these priority specs. Like whether it be Arcane, Mage, Assassination, Rogue, Havoc, Demon Hunter, I think that those are probably the top 3 big prio damage specs, and if you double up on those, I think it's harder for the other ones to play together. But I think that's more of like a compositional building thing than any of them individually being bad. In Raid, I feel like Frost, right, Zorthus? I think you've looked at Raid sims more than I have,
Yeah,
at least.
Frost is simming. I do hear every mage says Frost won't be played. It doesn't interact with fights well. It doesn't work well when it has to move. If it's truly simming as high as it is, I predict it would be played on some fights. But it seems like it's a common sentiment that Frost is always doing less damage than it sims.
Yeah, something else about the raid sims thing too. So there are classes for sure that don't always sim as much, or always over sim, and there are classes where their movement really sucks, and that can be something going into a tier where you're like, okay, we don't really want to do that. But I think it depends on what kind of boss you're doing. If you're doing a boss that dies in 15 pulls, that moves a lot, that class is going to feel like shit. It's kind of why we played Dev instead of Og in Nerebar Palace. Wasn't that Og couldn't have been better. It was just way fucking harder. And Dev, you could just play instantly, and their stuff was pretty close anyway. So it's like, why would you do the hard thing if this boss is going to die in 30 pulls? I think it's kind of the same with Mage. Like, if it's truly doing that sim like you're saying, and it's like it's actually simming that high, you end up in a 100 pull boss, you're going to take the L early to have something that's going to perform better later. So those things still have value. And I would like to say that like good players feel challenged by that and want to make it work if it's actually that far ahead. So I would generally think that logic is pretty sound. So as far as where we're ranking these though, it's kind of weird because we're ranking specs, and this is kind of the issue with Warlock too. Warlock has multiple very good specs, so it's really hard to put any single one of them in like, you're definitely going to play 2 Demo, or you're definitely going to play 2 Destro, where if you could maybe rank Lock alone, you'd be like, some spec of Lock you would maybe want to bring 2 of them or something based on what people are saying, right? But that's just kind of not how this works. You do have to do the specs. So I want to ask you guys about Mage. Are there any specs of Mage, before we go to Mythic Plus, just in Raid, that you feel like there are definitely going to be 2 of them in the Raid comp this tier currently?
Something I'm not looking forward to is someone who's not a lifetime Mage player. And again, I feel like you might even be playing multiple Mage specs in the Raid. Like, I think depending on the boss, you play a different spec. I think might end up being
that's case. Usually that's like very common.
Yeah, I guess I mean, like, you know, not just min-maxing damage on the early bosses, but like, you know, there are multiple hard bosses that'll have multiple different hard specs. So I don't think it's going to be a matter of like stacking one spec for like a bunch of bosses in the Raid.
Okay, so you think maybe Arcane and Frost and Raid should both be S then?
Man, I feel like, I mean, I don't know exactly what S and A means in Raid, but
I can tell you.
If Arcane being an S means that it does more damage than everybody, then Porum really needs to put out a new Barrage Helper for me, because I am not in that tier in my Raid testing.
No, Crazy Style is like, this shit is so good, you're going to play, at least for DPS specs, that means you're playing multiple of them.
It's Windwalker and Fire from last year.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So like, it would be, there shouldn't be a lot of things in Crazy Style, right? That's not the point. S is like, this class is good. You're definitely going to see this in the race or in the Raid. And it has potential to be stacked based on the scenario. I would say would be an accurate S ranking. Like, really fucking good. Really good single target. Maybe an interesting niche. So they both...
I definitely would... I would not put any Mage on the Crazy. I think S is pretty fair. I don't think it's necessarily definitely getting stacked, but I think it's... pretty fair to say that Mage is going to be reasonably good.
I think Arcane on specifically Soulbinder and Forge Weaver can also be really good because of how strong Resonance is, just generally speaking. Being able to actually convert some of that AoE into priority damage on some of these mobs, since you're able to barrage off the target, I think is very valuable.
1 second then. Okay, what about Mage? Fire. What about Fire? Like, Fire's been nerfed a few times. How likely do you think it is that this is played?
It's been nerfed so many times. I don't know. I think...
Is it lower than B?
I mean, if it's lower than B, it's because the other 2 specs are good, right? Like,
I mean, yeah, it's weird. So, like, let's look at Fire. You're going to compare Fire to everything else. That's probably how you have to do this. But a way you could look at it is if you knew as a Mage you were for sure playing Arcane and Frost on every fight and you did not play Fire, ideally, that makes you feel like it's a lot worse. But that's not really how you should look at it, right? It should be like looking in the B category. How close is Fire to Havoc? How close is Fire to BM Hunter? Is kind of what you're asking to do. Don't know for sure. I don't think any one of us, none of us are.
I'd say it'd be like close to like BM Hunter or something like that.
Oh, it's already right there. So, cool. I want to leave it here. Mythic Plus, Mage. So Crazy Style is, as it's been for a few tiers now, Mage is 100%. It is going to be in the top comp. It is the best DPS, or one of the best two, I guess would be the way to look at that. And then S is, has everything it needs to be. Not sure what spec we're playing maybe, but like this class is definitely competitive for being meta and is very strong. Where do you guys think the three specs go?
Does anybody have Arcane and Crazy Style?
I think
I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
And I think that's a little bit of a stretch. It's definitely like very well cemented in the like it is a great class. A big thing too, if you look at a lot of the classes, I mean, I don't think Ellie Shaman should be up there, but there's basically no bloodlust classes, right? So I think that's like another thing that gives Arcane a lot of credit is that there are not like there are not that many good bloodlust classes. I wouldn't say not that many good ones, but not that many top tier ones.
Tomato, you have any thoughts?
I mean, I think if it's Arcane specifically, I think the argument about the funnel damage thing stands. Like you don't want two funnel damage classes, and Asa is looking quite good right now. So I don't know if you would put it in Crazy Style. I think like Mage itself is probably just going to be played, but I don't know if it's like overwhelmingly powerful this season.
What about Frost? Do you guys still feel like one tier below Arcane makes sense, or do you think like lower side of S?
I would go lower side of S.
Yeah, like at least the way that you have it right now, and the fact that Mage is really good, like
S feels very lenient.
Yeah, like Frost definitely is on par with Shadow, Ellie, Havoc. I think it might be a little bit below Unholy or Ass Rogue though.
I'd be inclined to pull some of this stuff out of S and move it down.
We can easily do that. I just think
what would you move out of it? Yeah, okay.
Or I'd probably pull Havoc Demon Hunter down. I'd probably pull Ellie down. But actually, I
really
don't
think
Ellie's.
Think they can contend for being in the best comps.
I feel like Ellie Shaman always does an insane amount of damage, but it's like ends up being really cooldown reliant, and also just nobody ever ends up playing it. Like every time I play with like Bond or whatever, he just completely puts me in the dumpster, but like it just doesn't really matter, and no one plays Ellie Shaman.
That guy's the goat.
That surprises me. I guess it's because like recent metas have been like Mage and then a PI for the Mage, and then there's one spot, but I don't see why Ellie couldn't have fit into that spot in like multiple tiers had their damage been there, because Sky Fury also owns. It's like I feel like
it's too cooldown reliant. I feel like it's the biggest thing. I mean, it's good. It's a good spec for sure. Like I don't think it's as bad as its perception is.
Yeah, that's a good point. Shaman is also not a living class. Like Shaman is sorry to interrupt, but Shaman is also
I don't think that really
the opposite
matters.
of DK. Really, you think so? I feel like especially this season, it's going to be brutal.
No, I also think it doesn't matter. It matters a bit more for Ellie than Enhance. But I think there's a lot of arguments for Shaman being not so squishy. Like, Kick DR is very strong in season 3. You have like 30% DR in a lot of
that's
packs.
fair. It can be like insane in certain spots.
I think when the Shaman is played well, it lives just fine, but obviously you would have to work around it a little bit.
How many times in Mythic Plus history has there been a class that was actually the best damage, yet the top groups didn't find a way to make it work and avoided the class because it was just too squishy? But they were not close, but they were like they were goated. It doesn't happen, right? Like I feel like
Dragonflight season 3, people played Aug Evoker, even though it was a little bit worse, but I think that's about it.
Okay, yeah, like the old Aug support stuff, your group just couldn't die kind of shit. But I feel like outside of specifically that, the really good players that are doing those keys feel challenged by doing the thing that's like harder to live if it means that there's upside to it, and you always find a way to make that work, I guess.
I mean, it depends, right? Like we're talking about the probability of a class being good. Like realistically, you're just not going to have a comp with 3 classes that do tons of damage and all die, right? Like if there's one class that does insane damage or is really good, obviously you're going to find a way to make it work. But like that's why I think DK is so valuable, right? Because it does like competitive damage, but also it can just fit with anything, right? Like you can just bring DK with any classes, whereas like you can't just play a comp with like Havoc and Ellie Shaman and I don't know, like Dev Evoker or something, like a bunch of classes that are squishy. Like there's room for
what I mean, in season 1 we played Boomkin, Enhancement Shaman, Aug.
mean, you have Og.
Og is not that tanky.
Well, Og
Yeah,
made...
but it helps the tankiness of
Yeah.
everything else too.
Not really. That was when it was nerfed already, wasn't it?
Also, I asked you to play DK instead of Boomkin every day. You just showed up as a
Yeah, because
Boomkin.
you didn't know any better, and you don't know any better right now.
Oh my, bro. Okay, I feel like DK was like
You told me to play
arguably just
DK, and
as
I'm like,
good.
that's just dog shit, and I was right the entire time, and it ended up being the fucking best DPS by a mile, and you were so
by
fucking
a
clueless.
mile. It was okay. It was slightly better.
All right, look at the fucking TTP where the Chinese team, Supreme team, got rolled because they played DK instead of Boomkin. They couldn't even remotely time a 20 Dawnbreaker.
I don't know. I mean, I agree with you that that was like a little bit of a squishy comp, but also like Disc Priest was a big part of that season too. Did you play Prop Pally that season also?
It wasn't the Disc
Yeah.
Priest, it was the Prop Pal.
Yeah, you had Prop Pal and you had Disc. But again, like I'm not saying that like okay, you can never bring a class if it's squishy, but my point is like the more durable the class is, the more likely we are to see it. In terms of like if damage is equal, like that's a pretty
It's value
big
for
factor.
sure. Yeah.
Like you only have so much limit for how squishy your comp can be.
Nah.
Okay, moving off Mage though. The so Arcane's up there, Frost, lower side of S. We just do have Fire, Mythic Plus. But are you guys okay with B? I guess this Mythic Plus is kind of weird, right? Because you need like if you're just playing Arcane or Frost and you're never playing Fire, how good is Fire?
I mean, Fire is like pretty beans right now. I think the big problem with Fire is that they're moving back into like a Flame Strike like play style where you're doing so little prio damage. Like now with so many classes that can actually do good single target, and you're like always pulling around big mobs. Having like as a Fire Mage, like yeah, you look good on overall, but you're just spamming Flame Strike, and I don't think it's that useful of damage.
I haven't seen anyone play Fire Mage since it got nerfed. I swear all the mages instantly logged off it.
Yeah, well that's the thing.
I feel
right?
like it's not. I feel like it's not actually as bad as people make it out to be, but I don't really know because I don't play Fire Mage.
Yeah.
Boomkin.
So we can just leave it in there for now. A little unknown. I guess this is an audit of the other tier list, right? So if we actually don't have much information to change it, you can just leave it alone. Next, very weirdness. What are you guys looking at? And you're like, this is wrong.
Hunter.
Hunter and Mythic Plus. I don't know about Hunter and Raid.
That one was crazy. Yeah, I don't know about Raid. I'm not gonna really comment too much on Raid, but Hunter and M Plus is ridiculous.
Zorthus, what do you think about Hunter?
Obviously, if it's like a purely based on chance to become meta, a Hunter doesn't really have a chance to be meta. I think because obviously Hunter is like a pretty useless class. But the actual raw damage output of Hunter, I do think is actually pretty good. Everything is definitely at least one tier below what it should be. And I do think all three Hunter specs are all pretty good in terms of damage.
Okay. So everyone's moving up. So you still have this. This has BM above MM though. Do you guys believe that? Is that an agree?
I think
Yeah,
they're
probably.
similar-ish damage actually. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Zorthus, what do you think? I think you've
I
probably
think-
played the most.
And I think the similar-ish damage, but BM is the more useful damage. I do think BM is probably the most useful Hunter spec, and I think this is pretty reasonable.
Okay.
I think MM and BM may be capable of similar overalls, but BM is kind of just like more consistent, more single targety. I think just more useful in general.
Have you guys?
I don't think MM is bad. I definitely don't think MM is bad though.
Is MM in dungeons as RNG as it is on a raid boss?
No, I don't think so.
Like
I think in season 2 it was. I think in season 3 it's not as RNG.
the MM Hunter in raid is like fucking insane. It's just like you can top or be bottom. It's like one of the only classes I know that has ever been like that. So I don't really know where you'd rate that raid wise, right? But okay, so just leaving Mythic Plus though, I guess Hunter looks kind of fine there. You guys don't think Hunter is like, damn, that's crazy. So you think maybe just based on damage, Hunter maybe could potentially be meta. It could be yes, but the fact that it just doesn't have, what is it they have up here? DK unkillable, DK stuff, Shadow Priest has Fort, PI, Ellie Shaman has Sky Fury. You think raid buff and overall utility, you literally use the word useless. You think Hunter is useless enough in Mythic Plus to where...
Yeah, 100% useless.
I mean, A tier, like in the middle of A tier is like pretty far down, right? Like we're under like 15 specs. I don't think it has like A tier. At least the way I read it is like, okay, this
including
is a class
tanks and healers though.
Well, like this is a class that you'll do pretty good damage. Like you'll do fine. You're not gonna have a terrible time in M+, but like it's not gonna be. It's very likely not gonna be meta if it's not an A tier, or if it's not an S tier, in my opinion.
It's got reverse funnel. I mean, it does, you know, it's target marks as target capped. It's kind of this weird situation where it does bad single target too, in Mythic Plus. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'd probably lobby to put marks in A with Beast Mastery. I think that's samey to me, but if Zorthus thinks that BM is more useful than MM, yeah.
I would be happy to put MM in low A. I just think BM is probably the most useful of the Hunter spec. So if you were to put any different tiers, BM would be on the higher tier.
Something we mentioned.
I also think survival is good as well. I think that if you're putting those two on A, I think survival could also be on A. You could also just put it on B. Yeah, top B. That's also good.
Okay. What was I gonna say about Hunter? They okay, what about Raid? Any knowers?
Nope.
Okay, so here's one question:
Beast Mastery was broken in last raid testing.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is last raid testing, our hunters were slamming. So and then they got nerfed a lot, and I have no.
I mean, yeah, they can make it there.
Okay, so it's really weird with raid buffs because 1% of the raid's damage is enough to make basically almost every DPS class in history A1 of. But that's not just really how you should look at that, because then you would just put every raid buff class in S tier, which is kind of weird. So we currently have BM as the highest hunter spec in B with survival. I guess, do you guys think there's any chance you would currently play 2 hunters? Like even a chance of it?
If you're drafting the ideal comp, probably not, but I don't see anything wrong with that inherently.
Okay. I feel like these rankings are probably fine then. Unless you guys care about
raid
the
is
order.
Raid is really tough because the first of is like so valuable, and then the second of becomes like not only much less valuable, but also just difficult to fit in because you have whatever required slots.
Yeah,
you're taking a spot.
Yeah,
I think there are better classes to have multiple of. I don't think Hunter is necessarily bad. I just think there are better classes to have multiple of.
Yeah.
I think we're also speculating that the range DPS are, you know, we have Demo and Mage up pretty high right now, and so then at that point, do we need multiple hunters? It's kind of an interesting point. Would we rather not just bring another Mage or Warlock?
That is a way you can look at it. Another way is like, how does BM compare to like Windwalkers in the same tier and like Fire Mage and stuff like that? Is kind of how you can look at it too. But we can leave Hunter though. We can leave how it is right here. You guys okay with the order, like BM, survival, then MM? I think survival has the highest simming pure, like single hunter build. I think, but that isn't really how the game works, right? So I don't know what kind of stock you'd want to put into that.
Yeah, I mean, you want your hunters to be range most of the time. I guess you could make the argument that melee as a whole look weaker than range this tier, so maybe it would be fine to have a hunter in melee. And you could argue, like, if single target damage on a boss was all that mattered, you could argue swapping survival, although you would need a different weapon. But I don't really think
different weapon really matters.
It's not like it's... Maybe if it was simming higher than any other class, then yeah, but I don't really think it's that much of a thing.
Okay. All right, we're leaving Hunter. All right. Next thing that catches your eye. What about crazy styles, just before anything else? We have Prot Warrior in the crazy style for Raid, which is basically saying this thing is so good currently you would definitely play one of these. Or maybe you could look at it as it would definitely be at least your Warrior buff. If you could run more, but you'll definitely run this ideally first. And then in Mythic Plus, you have Resto Druid in crazy style, meaning that no matter how this shakes out right now or what is meta, the Mark of the Wild buff that you want is going to be from there, and we think that Resto Druid is just a way better healer than everyone else. Do you guys agree with either or both of those things?
Well, so my understanding right now, and this may be fixed, but doesn't Doesn't Resto Druid have like a bug with symbiotic blooms where it's healing like way more than it should be and it still hasn't been fixed?
Yes.
Yeah, apparently it's healing should be like 10% less healing than what it should be.
Right now, playing on PTR, you definitely, from talking with other healers and just playing, you definitely feel safer with Resto Druid than any other healer. And it's also bringing Mark of the Wild and stuff, and all the other Druid specs suck. But there's this sort of this up in the air thing that could be like upwards of 10% or more of their healing could be attributed to some bug that could be fixed at any time. And historically, from my experience, when there's a healer in PTR that's bugged and not doing what it should do, and it's OP, it usually just gets fixed and gets turbo nerfed. That's what happened with Prez. Everyone like gave me shit because I didn't play Prez in Season 1, and that was like the same thing that happened with that class.
Well, it's also overhealing like crazy, so I feel
yeah,
like
I mean it's still very good, right? Like I think it's fair to put it in crazy style anyway, but that's like with an asterisk that it probably is going to be doing a lot less healing when it makes it to live at some point.
Yeah, but that's not really how you should rate it though, right? Like the whole Prez thing is super broken. It was super broken, and it took them like weeks into the patch to fix it. So like your correct tier list going into the season, or as good as you can, should be what it is initially, right? They can always buff and nerf things. You're totally on base about it being potentially nerfed because of an interaction. There are classes that have had interactions that are powerful for years that never get changed, right? Them being tier set related or stuff like that is more likely to be fixed. But also recently, they have made multiple tier set changes, multiple bug fixes that came with compensation buffs. They don't always fully offset it, but you're not going to... It's really unlikely to expect that they fix something and you just eat a 10% loss. Almost always when Blizzard is fixing something and they think it's going to be like... probably honestly even more than like a 5% change, it almost always has compensation. So I don't know how much it would be nerfed because of that.
I think it's justified because it's a druid and the other druids are not looking particularly notable.
Fair?
Yep.
So you guys are okay with Resto Druid crazy style. So Dorky immediately said yes, so I think mostly in agreement. That's there. What?
Would we ever put Demo in crazy style for raid?
I don't know anything about that.
Zorthus, what's your read on
I mean, if we are putting like classes in crazy style, I would put both Demo and Destro in crazy style. But I don't think you're playing like Demo on every boss or Destro on every boss, I think.
Yeah, you would put a Warlock icon.
I would do that.
You would put a Warlock icon.
I would put the Warlock icon. I mean, I would personally just put Demo and Destro in crazy style. I feel like even beyond the simming, I feel like there's like useful things.
Yeah, they're not even just a... If they hit that sim, it's cool. But they're also classes that Demo does like decently good stacked cleave and Destro does really good spread. And it's always going to gain with more targets, which always happens in raid, right? Okay. Does anyone oppose that?
Looks like the chat's happy with that as well. They're happy with Warlocks being gunned down. Because if you make crazy style on Max's stream, then that just guaranteed your class is getting nerfed.
That's not true. That didn't happen last season.
No, the chat says it is.
Oh, the chat, yeah. I mean, it's both. If it's too low, then my class doesn't get invited. It's people who are inviting in Mythic Plus, by the way, just pull up and reference the tier list as you're applying. So that for sure happens. Yep. What about Affliction? Do you guys know enough about Affliction to... It just seems like it's the one that's just like not as good as the other two in people's eyes. Then maybe it can be kind of like Survival, where it's like people don't know exactly how good.
I definitely don't know enough. I do know it is... if the other Warlock specs didn't exist, I'm pretty sure Affliction would be good. Maybe not crazy style, but I think it would be good, at least on some bosses. But I think where it is probably accurate.
A little higher in A, something like that. What about Warlock and Mythic Plus? Quick, when was the last time Warlock was BIS and Mythic Plus? End of Shadowlands?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Destro?
Last season Dragonfly was pretty good too, but it was edged out by some other stuff being really, really broken.
It seems hard for me to imagine that Warlock is like kind of similar to Hunter in a way where it's more useful than Hunter in Mythic Plus, but it doesn't really bring... Like, Hellstones are nice, but not needed. Gateways, totally season specific, but usually not needed. It's more just like pure damage. They're also, I guess, kind of a little tankier historically than Hunter, but I wonder if you guys feel like... Do you guys think Warlock could be it's in the S tier. It's like this spec of Warlock is absolutely like able to be in the meta comp.
I think that all 3 Warlock specs being an A is probably the correct read. Right now, I think that AF is actually probably the best Warlock spec. Does pretty good priority damage with Malefic Rapture and just some of their priority damage stuff. I do think that the season, though, lends itself really nicely to something like a Demonology or Destruction Warlock, just damage profile-wise, just with the amount of target count that we're seeing from the dungeons. But I think that all 3 Warlock specs probably belong in A for Mythic Plus. I think just maybe a little bit more damage from either Destro or AF could brought them up into S. I think they recently nerfed like Helicaller Destro too, which hurts them a little bit.
I don't know anything
think
about Warlock.
Should not be an S. I think A is pretty sufficient. I think the Warlock specs are good, but I just do think Warlock is like not that useful a class again.
Yeah.
I don't really think it's doing the damage to be considered meta.
Raid buffs and Mythic Plus are so weird too, because like if you don't bring a raid buff, you better just do God tier damage. Like it's because whenever the specs or whenever the classes are really well tuned relative to one another, the raid buffs are more impactful at that point too. Just so you can try to get some differentiation. So it's like if you don't bring one, then you better be doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, agreed.
Does anyone here disagree with anything at generally the bottom of the list that we have currently? Like, is there anything in like Mythic Plus down here where you're like,
yeah, I mean, M Plus. I think Boomkin and Feral are better than the person who put them down there.
Feral was made up, so and Tettles put Moonkin down there, I think.
I was willing to put Moonkin in B, and then I just saw Marksmanship Hunter down in Dobby, and I was like, well, I can't be above that.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it generally goes, right? Like with DPS, it's like, all right, well, if this person's gonna put it down here, then I'm gonna put mine down here. Then.
This spec sucks. This spec's way worse than that.
All right, so Boomkin's at least in B, apparently. What about Feral? There's some people in chat where people keep seeing Feral low, and they're actually so mad.
Feral is solid, yeah. I think it's like, I would honestly even be tempted to put in S, because like it has potential to be in a meta comp. Like if the meta comp happens to be like a Resto Shaman, right? Then I think you slot a Feral in that for sure. It's actually like really
like Fizz comp again.
It is V, yeah, sort of, yeah.
It'd be like what Warrior Tank, Resto Shaman, Assassination Rogue. It's probably through those.
Yeah, Warrior Tank, Resto Shaman, or Brewmaster, right? And then I guess Warrior's just so strong right now. There's a bunch of good.
Because I mean, like if you play a Resto Druid, what do you bring as your lust? Assuming you're playing not many casters.
Hunter maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think Enhance is at a state right now. I mean, I think Enhance is
right.
I mean, you can play.
I think Shamans are fine. Shaman DPS is fine.
Enhance.
So would Shaman go up then in that case? Because I feel like Shaman should also go up in that case, right?
So you said Feral S.
Do
we have any other Feral S enjoyers, or is it more A?
I do not think Feral does. I think Feral is in its PhysComp state, like the same state it is in the current season 2. It's like, if it's PhysComp, I think Feral is doing the damage it needs, and it's the Druid. But I think if it's not PhysComp, then I think Feral is too far behind. And I feel like that's a big uncertainty to say, like, yeah, Specs S just in the event that we're playing, like, Brewmaster and Resto Shaman.
Yeah.
In the meta comp.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. And then
I do think S is like somewhat fair though, right? Because I mean, it's like better. I would say Feral has a better chance of being in a meta comp than basically everything in A, right? Like it has to be above
Feral's definitely better than all those specs.
Like I think. Well, if damage really does matter, right? Like you end up wanting to play Resto Shaman, you end up wanting to play Brewmaster. Like having Feral in that comp like does make sense. Like we say the meta comp like under the assumption that you're going to be playing Arcane Mage and like you're not playing Fizz comp, but there's definitely a possibility where the meta comp is the Fizz comp, right? And then you just end up playing.
Yeah, but then the question is like it slots into Fizz comp and it fucking owns, or it's just the Druid that makes sense. It's the physical damage doing Druid, and that in a way is like less valuable than it being like if you're invited to a random pug and it's like a hierarchy and like you're a Feral and there's no like synergy of like a ranged or a melee comp. It's like how does Feral kind of stand on its own? It would be less than maybe some of the other things in S, right?
Yeah, that's why I think like top of A is fair. Like I think it has more like it might not necessarily do the same damage as some of the specs around it, but it has the highest viability in terms of like chance of being in a good comp.
I think with the Resto Druid in its current state, it's hard for there to want redundancy in Mark of the Wild and Druid utility.
Yeah. Dude, Dratnos, hello.
Yo.
Yo, we're
What
in the middle of
Yo.
auditing some tier list stuff. Do you have it open?
Yeah.
Is there anything
We need
about
we need some raid expertise.
we definitely need raid expertise, but is there anything you see on the list that's just like this ain't right?
Is Destra really 2 tiers sicker than Af in raid? I don't know, man.
Man.
Goddamn sandbagging warlocks.
Those warlocks, man.
We can throw it in ass. Fuck
all
it.
of all of the warlocks are just gonna be
Fuck
Yeah, all
yeah,
those
dude,
are
that
bad.
is trees.
That's such a good spot to be in too, because the reality that your class, every class, it's like flying too close to the sun going into raid, usually always gets a little something. It's very rarely a large nerf. You'd rather be there than like upper middle for sure. But when you have 3 specs, it's gonna be so hard for them that are all good. It's one of them's gonna end up being really good. Okay, you mentioned that. Let's go back to what we just were talking about there, just on the raid side. So we were talking about when was it? Oh, druids. So druid DPS. I guess we could even talk about the guardian a little too. But we see Moonkin and you're actually mad in raid. We see Feral and Dobby. We see guardian and Dobby. Or are we happy about the druid placements?
Are we sure that we're getting Mark of the Wild from Resto Druid as opposed to Bear and Raid?
I think so, yeah.
I feel like
the
in
other
raid
tanks.
you play a Pharaoh or
I mean, I think you could play a Feral if you needed a mark, but Resto Druid looks fine. I think that's just where you get your buff.
Okay.
The Moonkin players that I know that play Feral and Raid whenever they need to are not on Feral right now. I don't know where they're going with it though.
What makes you put guardian and Dobby? Is it just that you think that's not where you're getting Mark of the Wild, or do you think they're that much worse defensively or offensively than the other tanks?
You would only play it for Market Wild, in my opinion. Nothing else.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you need a Market Wild that bad, you play it, sure.
To me,
It
it's
just
all
suffers from
speculation. Sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say that it just suffers from sort of the same thing it does in M+, right? Like, it's not necessarily bad. Like, you'll probably have a fine time on it if you're any normal person, but, like, why would you bring it in the ideal comp, right? Like, what does Guardian Druid do? Like, it's not the best Mark of the Wild. It's not the highest damage. Doesn't have the most utility. Like, there's just no reason to bring it in the optimal comp in the same way that you would never bring Guardian Druid in M+.
Is it not the best Mark of the Wild? Is Resto Druid actually that good in raid?
That is my question. I thought that
Right.
people were going to be playing a lot of Mistweaver monks too, because for raid, I thought that a lot of Mistweavers were going to get played like stacked again, which then that means that you have to find a Mark of the Wild from somewhere, and Bear Druid could be that. Not that it's necessarily good, but it's less bad, right, than the difference between Resto Druid and Mistweaver per se.
Yeah, I don't know shit about raid.
I feel like it's going to be Resto Druid. But again, I think that raid is very flexible, and I don't,
Yeah.
you're not like, I think it's just a little bit it's just tough, right? Like if you're playing Guardian Druid and you're not in like a top 10 guild, you'll probably be just fine.
I do not think Guardian Druid is Dobby, but you can put it in like B maybe. I would put it in B.
What about Feral?
Where would Pumps put it?
Yeah, I'm also running a Guardian Druid guaranteed. So
Feral. What are you thinking? Is it truly Dobby? You just don't want to. What makes it better in Mythic Plus is just like a better Mythic Plus profile. Doesn't do good enough single.
well, I think Mark of the Wild is also far more relevant in Mythic Plus.
Yeah, I think it's utility kit as a whole too, right? Like you like the things in raid, but you can get them from Resto Druid, which I mean is sort of the same problem that you have in M+, but in M+, there's at least a world where you don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's really tough, right? Because I don't know, raid is just really tough to rank in general. Like I don't think it's really fair to have any classes like Dobby in raid, maybe, unless it's like that bad. But I don't think classes are that bad nowadays.
Okay.
I'm a believer in the Pharaoh raid. Wait, Dranos, so
Dude.
now that you're back, what
I
is
feel
your
like-
expertise on
I feel like
vigilant
Vengeance
situations?
has a higher chance of being used in raid than Bear. I don't know. Like Havoc seems aggressively mad.
Holy.
Ooh.
Okay.
What
Like
if people play the new Demon Hunter spec?
Yeah. Obviously, when Void DH comes out, or you guys see the post, the K-pop DH.
Ooh.
No.
That's the secret third. Yeah. It's like somebody made a mock-up with K-pop being the third spec. It's really
Oh,
good.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, because it's a K-pop demon. That's kind of sick.
Yeah.
Okay. I put Vengeance up a little bit, put Guardian and Feral up a little bit. So only 2 DPS remain in Dobby, which is MM. I'm just gonna actually myself put MM, first time I've ever actually ranked something on these, out of Dobby for one reason only, and that is that you could have a pull where MM just does more damage than every other class. It may not happen a lot or on average even or whatever, but even if it's like the worst class in the game, the RNG of the spec right now could just literally
Yeah, I
just do
think it's
infinite damage.
underrated.
Dude, there's no way Ret should be the worst. I guess there are the
It was
3
made
specs
up.
below it.
It was
but,
made up.
like, that spec got buffed like 10 times in the past 2 weeks. I guess a lot of it was AoE, but I don't know. I bet it's fine.
Was a lot of it AoE? I thought most of it was single target raid focused buffs.
So no, like there was the
Yeah.
week there was like Wake of Ashes, Divine Storm. There've been like 2 big buff waves to it.
Divine Storm isn't most of their damage in Mythic Plus anymore, is it? It's hammers now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still some though. I mean, it's more than their damage in raid.
Okay. You know what, Valid? That's a good point.
I guess the question
Yeah,
is,
No, so,
where
I mean,
do
are
you?
there any fights where like? So I mean, I feel like MM Hunter would be very OP in the fight situation where you're just like having to burst down 5 targets really hard. Are there any fights like that?
Burst down 5 targets quickly.
Well, yeah, like 3 to 5 targets, somewhere around there.
Yeah, intermission on Nexus King, potentially P2 on Dimensius, like relevant bosses. You're kind of like 3 target cleaving a ton of the fight on Soul Hunters. You're constantly cleaving 4 targets on Forge Weaver. So yes, but also counterpoint, there's just a million classes that do that too. Like, there's like so many classes that can change like 1 or 2 talents, and it's like, oh wait, you need me to like AoE 5 targets when they go under the boss? Like, fucking bet, that's fine. So, I don't think that's like a niche that's to be the best class
Yeah,
of that
that is
niche.
true.
I mean, it matters. Like, look at Ansarek, right? Like, Ansarek, so many classes can AoE on top of the boss, but how fast Fury Warrior specifically did it? And it didn't even translate to Mythic Plus, but for that boss, you just needed a certain amount of them to meet the binary pass-fail of like, this is how much damage you need for this. So like, you could argue that maybe Ret is that right now or whatever, but you would need a fight to actually want you to like. If Ansarek didn't exist, Fury Warrior would have not been like nowhere near as good in that rate. So.
I think it's almost confirmed that Mark's Hunter is going to be used by Liquid. Max basically moved it out of the tier himself, then admitted all the spots that are going to use it, and then tried to cover his tracks by talking about Red and Fury Warrior. So I think Mark's Hunter is
Yeah.
almost guaranteed.
Yeah,
to
let's
be
put it
used
up.
by Raze.
Fuck it.
Yeah, some
Up here?
crazy gaslighting going on.
I'm just saying they're RNG, bro.
He's helping the tiers. He's helping.
Yeah,
the
you see it? It just moved up all the way. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking the crazy style.
What is the augmentation evoker doing in A? Is anybody planning to play that thing? Did I miss something?
I think Kess ranked it there.
I mean, I guess if you're buffing Shadow Priest or something this tier, maybe that's cool. But like,
I think I listened to his logic a little bit. The logic was that Chrono Warden is actually good in raid, and it's reverting back to a more buff play style where you're having to prescience and Might people, especially with what Chrono Warden's tier set is this season. I don't know how good it is. AUG is always so difficult to actually gauge as to how much damage.
I
it's
said this
providing
earlier, but AUG historically is the class that the community is the most about going into every tier, and it's totally understandable. It's that logs don't work, and you have to like very deliberately test it. Which no one does except for like probably a few guilds, and everyone else is just like, yeah, it'll probably be good. Like, but here's what I mean by that. and I'm not even saying that's true this time. What I mean historically is like when we were planning on playing 4 of them, people were like, they're okay. And then people were like, they're so good, you need to have 2 Augs on every fight for the rest of this game. And then we didn't even play Aug that tier. Like, people just make up what they think is good or not good about Aug.
Okay, so if we know the community is usually wrong about it, then we should move it from the first tier we put it in, because that's probably wrong.
I guess that makes sense.
I don't know more about Aug than Cass does, especially related to raids. So I wouldn't touch it personally, but I don't know.
And what else do you know about Aug in specifically a raid environment that wouldn't necessarily apply to Mythic Plus? What makes it different? Well, what is something about raid specifically that like could make Aug better?
Well, so a nice thing about Aug this year is if we're moving to a world of polarized damage profiles, Aug can be like your 5th and 6th Shadow Priest or Destro Lock or Af Lock that are like doing spread cleave, right? You can buff the people that are OP on a fight and be sort of an extra copy of an OP damage profile on fight. That is a nice thing.
So
they
what
have in
fights,
raid that they
what
don't
kind
have
of
in
fights lend itself to Aug being strong?
I think it is the fights where there is an OP spec, right? Like One Arm Bandit this tier would have been an example where an Aug buffing a Shadow Priest would have been, not as good as another Shadow Priest, but better than everything else.
What else?
Or a fight where there's multiple OP specs at different points in the fight.
Exactly.
That are different specs.
And what would make people OP at different times? Maybe a cleave phase, maybe a damage amp, maybe a split, maybe 2-target cleave. All elements that
Sims to the table.
All elements that exist, just for you guys to chew on a little bit. All elements that exist on both of the last 2 bosses.
Aug apparently sims 6.7 million according to this, but Aug sims...
Aug sims 30.7 mil?
No, 6.7.
Well, this says 30.
Well, that's a good point. 30.7 million if you really think about it.
Yeah, fuck it, move him to crazy style.
None of us have any idea what Aug is gonna do. Let's be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
No
Just make shit up.
I mean, it's put in A, which is halfway between crazy style and you're actually mad, kind of. So,
Yep. Perfect.
I guess leave it there. Okay, what was another? Let's go back to Mythic Plus. Actually, is there anything, especially near the bottom of Mythic Plus? Like, do you guys believe Enhance is Dobby? Like, even with what their single target looks like.
I play with Greg Shaman, the same as Greg Tank. He plays a lot of Enhance. The first 2 seasons of M+, he does like more damage than almost anybody I play with. He has been so sad when he plays Enhance on PTR. That guy is the nicest, happiest guy ever, and he is just so down whenever he plays Enhance on PTR.
I think the playstyle makes it sad as well. It is very sad. You get to like an end of a pool, you actually like literally go F. You have like more than like 50 mil health, and you actually can't press any buttons. You just sit there auto attacking. So that could lead to the sadness. Now I think numerically, Enhance is like cheesable. Like you like carry over Tempest between packs. Now you're carrying over Cheerset between packs. You can burst for a lot. Enhance gets a lot from PI. I don't know if you're even gonna have a PI, but Enhance is quite PI reliant now. I think based off of raw damage, I would put it in like B, maybe even low A in this tier list. But I think the damage is like not that great as a whole. Like if you were actually like putting like playstyle, like usability compared to other specs into this list, maybe you'd take it down a little bit.
Okay, fair beans. Do you guys like Ellie and S?
No.
Why?
I just think I put Ellie in sort of the same category that a lot of the other classes in AR of like the damage is fine, it's good, but it just doesn't quite fit, and like I just don't see it really being in the meta comp. I think like high to mid A is fine. I don't know. Zorthus knows more about Ellie than I do.
I mean, I think all of the like it all makes sense to the synergies, etc. Like I think Skyfree is good. Actually, might be useful to have a Lust. The damage is good. But I just don't know. I feel Ellie is inconsistent.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel Ellie is inconsistent. And I think that's actually like a downside. Actually like significant downside compared to other specs that are kind of just like doing damage all the time. I think it's fine to be an S, but I also think it would be fine to just be at the top of A.
I think
don't really see Ellie being like this like super crazy spec.
Yeah, I think damage-wise, it's really polarizing. Like you need to pull around them pretty heavily. Like whenever you start routing the dungeon, you want to be pulling around Ascendants whenever you're trying to play through the dungeon. So it
does do a lot of damage though, and
yeah.
Sky Fury is also like the best, Loki the best buff to bring for a single person.
I can see it in a world where you don't play Mage. Like, let's say you're playing one of the DK specs and then Ass Rogue. Like, I do feel like Ellie... Because then Ellie's a spec that does, like, pretty good AoE. So, like, I think it does fit in well with those classes. But, like, okay, that's a world that you don't play Mage.
Yeah, and I guess the argument is we've never lived in that world. Why start now?
When was the last time it was correct to play an Ellie Shaman in the race world first?
Who not?
It's been at least in
it was
BFA, somewhere in BFA.
The last time it was played was like Halundrus, right?
It was played on one boss in Halundrus, but I don't. It wasn't used for almost. Well, it was used for some other fights, just not. I don't think many later than that. But that was mainly because we needed a mobile ranged, and they were just like really mobile that tier, and they did pretty good single target, and we had a really good Ellie player. We had like an Ellie main who we no longer could support having because the class is never good enough. So like, that's true. I'm serious. That's like that's actually true. But yeah, I just think it's like really. But I mean, like right now, it seems like at least according to this, the consensus is people think that you are most likely getting your buff from Ellie, I guess, or Resto is in the same tier.
Well, Ellie is like. I mean, it's hard to say about the past though, because we had 2 expansions where you had to have an enhancement shaman, and if you play Ellie, then you're playing 2 shamans, and maybe you didn't want 2 shamans, but if you just wanted 1 shaman, maybe Ellie would have been better.
Yeah.
Like now you don't have that restriction.
Well, also when enhance was also just like fucking crazy insane until like right now, according to this list at least, right? It's been like one of the best classes in the game for like upper middle at least for a very long time. So it's had to compete with that as well. Also, Resto Shaman has not been played, I think, since like Shadowlands, at least for a whole raid or an end boss. That's another class. So it's like Enhance has just dominated for so long, and if people are actually really down on Enhance, which I know Word Up was very down on Enhance for raid. Do you agree with that, by the way? Specifically raid?
Yeah, I just don't see a world where you play Enhance. It's like it's just looking bad. I think the tier sets. I mean, one of our trees is non-functional. The other tree is, I just don't really think it lends itself very good to some of the timing and even just like raid in general. I do not think Enhance is good in raid.
That's crazy.
You can make arguments for it, but I just don't think it's good.
So is it an Ellie tier or what?
I think so.
Does that put it in S alone? Not really. That's not
Well, S is about stackability. Well,
it's like potential stackability. It's weird. This is like you can put a lot of things. It's not quite exactly on like the individual power of the spec. Some of it is like, are you the raid buff, and some of it is like, are you stackable? It's just a little bit of everything. Seems like people are generally happy with LE and A though. Like it could be totally feasible that you end up playing an A tier spec of a class because it happens to be the best spec of that class and you need its raid buff, and it's not an S tier thing, but you just bring it because it's the best one. Okay. I think we're good on Shaman, I think. Other than unless healers want to like move the resto thing around, but I think the healers felt like not controversial, I think, for when we talked about it. I don't know if Growl, if you looked at that, or if anyone else feels like any of them were a lion, but I think the healers seem pretty confident.
Yeah, it seems reasonable. I mean, Disc Priest traditionally is really, really good in raid, but the Holy Priest tier set is like really, really, really good. And I think that like I don't know. I definitely see people playing Holy over Disc this tier, or maybe like, I don't know. I think it depends. A lot of it depends on where you want to get the buffs as well. Like if you have a really good Windwalker player, there's not necessarily a huge reason to play Mistweaver if you don't need to.
I feel like there's got to be a healer you stack in raid.
There is, but like, there's almost always is. I actually asked this earlier when chat made their raid comp of how many times have you played a rainbow healer spec? How many times has it been correct to have your healer comp be, you do not have 2 of anything. You have
they're all one of something. And I think it's really rare where that's actually true. So you would just assume that at least if you're 4 healing, there would be 2 of something, but that doesn't necessarily put it in crazy style unless you're positive you know what it is. Like there, at least when I was talking to my chat earlier, there are people who think you could run 2 Prez. There are people who think you could run 2 Mistweaver. I didn't hear 2 Priest or 2 Shaman or any, or I don't think any of them said 2 Resto Druid, but there were definitely people that said 2 Prez or 2 Mistweaver, and unless you were 100% hard sold on one of them, it would be hard to move it up.
Yeah, it's also kind of hard to rank them because the environments in healing change drastically from PTR to then Heroic Week to then Mythic Week. Like, being very well prepared for a boss and having a stat comp is, like, very different from, like, just seeing what it's like to...
In that, at least if you were to just purely judge this based off this tier list, it doesn't seem like you're playing any healers with DR cooldowns, or very few of them. And
yeah,
the reducing, and I would just say in general, personals in this game are much, much stronger than the now nerfed raid cooldowns that exist. In general, like, raid cooldowns have just been systematically nerfed over time, and people's personals have only gotten stronger. So even a nerfed version of Symbol could actually carry quite a lot of value with no other form of DR, and you'd maybe play around that instead.
Yeah, I really think Holy is good in Raid right now. Another thing that's insane about Holy, especially for Prog, is the whole, like, angel talent into resurrect yourself. Like, just having, you know, having a cheat death on a healer is something that you don't normally have. I mean, I guess you have Ankh as a shaman, but I think, like, Holy just is never dead. Like, I was looking at our logs for this tier, and the Holy was, like, literally the most personal, like, the person who was most alive by far, ahead of fire mages, ahead of tanks, ahead of everything, because you just have a 15-second invulnerability or whatever, and then you self-res every single time you die. Obviously, it depends on the types of mechanics that ends up being the tough ones. Like, if it's just a raid wipe, it doesn't matter, but yeah, I mean, I think Holy in general is really, really good on Prog.
Yeah, I have kind of a tangent to that, but I don't really want to do it. Sorthus, what do you think?
I think the thing that's interesting is that I think Resto Shaman and Holy Paladin have gotten, like, several buffs since raid testing ended. So I feel like it's difficult to know things.
Mm-hmm.
So you can.
Yeah.
So there are ways on PTR that all the top guilds do where you can find an environment where you put 20 players that make them constantly take damage, and you can basically just have your healers just heal damage in whatever scenario almost infinitely to get that kind of information. But that is something that is never simmed. That information is not public, and very, very few people do that.
But you have it, so you should just tell us what it is.
I mean, also, I bet our opinion differs from other guilds too. It always does.
I feel like healing, whenever the race world first starts, is normally the thing that is the most missed by the community in regards to, like, what is played. I think that most people
that is 100% true.
Mistweaver was not prepared to get stacked last season, I think, by the broader community until you guys started stacking them, and everybody was like, "Oh wait, hold on, this spec's OP."
Well, Mistweaver in particular, there's always hype about, and then it usually sucks.
I do recall Mistweaver hype. I do recall Mistweaver hype for season 2. Not
Okay,
like
was it...
3 Mistweaver hype.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
Well, when you were called Mistweaver hype, though, a lot of people, it was not about their damage. It was like, I think the thing that's often missed is how much damage healers are doing, at least from the, like, I guess, like, more, not casual community, because they don't give a fuck about this at all, like, the less super, super hardcore, someone who's not in a top 50 world guild, like, they'll see Mistweaver not necessarily dunking on other healers, but if you see a melee spec Mistweaver that's doing as much healing as every other healer, but they're also just bringing, like, 700k plus DPS for free, and that's just gapping everyone else, like, that's just, like, the value of that in the race is just insane. And that is usually why that is missed, I think. If you could see the value of healer damage and healer throughput maybe on the same bar in Warcraft logs, or if you saw it on the same sim when, like, people look at sims, I think people's perspective would probably be a lot more accurate. That's the issue with Prez, right? Like, Prez in general in Raid is, generally speaking, this is always true, has to do not the best healing, it has to do significantly better healing than any of the other healers, because they're the only one that is doing nothing.
I'm curious about the other Prez hero tree. That.
Which one are they playing right now?
In Rage you play. In Rage you play Flame Shaper, but in M+ you play Chrono.
Why aren't you interested in the other one? Chrono Warden does mad damage or something?
I think it does damage. I'm just curious in it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, well, Chrono Warden is the AUG Prez hybrid, right? So there are some like interactions with buffing teammates with it, and part of the new, I don't remember if it's the tier set or a change in the hero tree, but basically you get like double the uptime on what your buff is. So you actually like, not only are you doing a lot of damage as Prez, but you're also like buffing people a little bit and like having a percentage of their damage as well. So I think, yeah, but I mean the tough part about Prez though is it's a lot different from a class like Mistweaver or Disc, where those classes just do those their damage passively, right? Whereas Prez, like, a lot of its M plus damage comes from like being able to DPS when you don't need to heal, and like using Fire Breath on big AoE, which doesn't necessarily translate to raid. So it's like hard to say whether or not it could be good damage.
Okay. We kind of like, so generally okay with healers. Dorky and Dratnos did the tanks, and they're both here, so I'm assuming you guys are all chill on the tanks, maybe. But actually, we could do.
How could you have 3 tanks in M plus S tier?
Well,
Yeah,
because
take it up
with
Dorky,
S
man.
is for potential meta, right? Like,
I feel like that's.
if
You think tanks are like that well balanced right now? Because then you also have Prop Pally right
I
below
would
that.
actually
think
put Prop
Pally's
out
pretty
in
good.
S2.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I think Prop Pally is really good too. Like the way I sort of see it is like Vengeance and Prop Pally are the disruption tanks, and then Pro Warrior and Brewmaster are like the damage tanks, depending on what becomes like the breakpoint or how the meta comp sets up. But I think 4 tanks in S tier is also like coping a little bit, right? Or is it just really that close?
Well, what else would you put there then?
It's not what else I put. It's like
If you want, like, you put them all down one, that wouldn't make no sense.
Put them all down one. I mean, you know what I mean.
I mean, the fact that they're like going into a tier, you could potentially play 4 different tanks is definitely sick. That is, if that's true, like that is good balance.
I think if like gun to your head, if you had to name one spec that was above the others, I think most people would say Warrior. I don't know if that's fair.
Oh,
I
I would
think-
say Brewmaster actually.
say Brew? Okay.
I was gonna say both because I feel like I almost think Brewmaster and Warrior are sort of in a similar spot to like Feral, right? Where they're like their damage is good and they bring a really good buff, but like unless you're playing the Fizz comp, like are you really playing Brewmaster with Arcane Mage and Unholy DK? Like I don't see those tanks really being used unless you're playing like really high damage Fizz comp. Whereas like Vengeance, I think you just like play with whatever. Prop Hell, you just play with like whatever.
I think Zorth is the Pally believer here, aren't you?
I did keys with Yoda, and he turned me into a Pally believer. I don't know. He was like living.
Well, what makes it good?
And then we go into packs, and the mobs would get interrupted.
I mean, but that's only because you guys aren't like try-harding, right? Like, if you guys were try-harding, then why does that interrupt matter?
I think there were like pulls he was doing that had lots of interrupts, like pulling extra ritualists into Ecodome pulls or whatever. So I think there is like merit to it.
I mean, that is a good point though. If you're talking about like what ends up being meta, there are certain tanks that are definitely going to make early keys before people get good at them easier because you just have something carrying the stops where like when it comes down to like actually full optimization, who can time this highest key level, it might be really, really good play and communication for the stops and just a tank that does more damage too.
I'm a little bit worried about.
I,
So, what do you say? Dorky, sorry.
I was
I'm a
gonna
little
say-
worried
No,
about
you
Warrior.
go.
No.
This is
Okay.
legendary. Someone talk.
No, I was just trolling.
This is amazing. This is good.
All right, Tuttles, you go.
I was just gonna say I think I'm worried about Warrior and Brewmaster getting nerfed, damage wise. Those are some of the
They're
reasons that
getting
those
nerfed, for
tanks are. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm full of wings right now. I couldn't talk.
Wings.
They're fucking hot too, bro. I am feeling it right now. Okay. Floor is open. Either one, something you guys are just it's hitting your eye and you're like, that ain't right. Or are we done here? Wait,
Can I
don't.
farm some Man of the People points?
Yeah, sure.
That's Dranos.
So
back up.
So I think that you have Blood DK and Guardian DK and Dobby tier, and I agree there's like basically zero chance those classes are going to be in the highest keys, and they're behind the other tanks and they could use some buffs. That being said, I think for like 95% of people, those tanks are both actually really, really great to play in like normal level keys. I think DK has like a lot of control over the pack and a lot of control over your own survival, and Guardian Druid is like very chill and easy to live.
Yeah, but
So I
who
don't
the hell cares about your average pugs? You know, like this is about.
Bro, he's
who
farming
played
man
the
of the
best.
people points. Those
Yeah,
people care.
I feel I'm just saying for all the people who are playing Blood DK and Bear and who are worried about their future, I think you'll be just fine. Don't worry, everything will be okay.
I mean, I think you
Crowley
could.
guys
calling
still
for
should
no
get
buffs.
buffs.
I mean, can't you
buffs
just
for
make?
No,
Bear
they
or-
still should
or
get
DK.
buffs. They should
No, he's
still
saying
get
pull them
buffs.
out of
No,
the
no,
tier
no,
that says they need to get buffs.
all right, buffs for every class. Every class,
All right, if we're
5%
counting
buff.
pugs, we need to move Prop Paladin up. I think Prop Paladin is the best pug tank, and it'll dominate the pug scene.
Couldn't you just say that like this is for at least the Mythic Plus side? This is for high level Mythic Plus, and the left side is for high level raid. But in reality, if you like not a there's some classes and you're actually mad. Is there a spec in the game where if it gets invited to your weekly vault keys, your 10s or your 12s, they're like you're not gonna do that key or that key's gonna suck because that spec's in your group? There isn't, right? Usually isn't.
Weekly keys probably not.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is this doesn't apply to that group. I mean, I respect the points farming, but I feel like this tier list doesn't even really apply to those people. Now, are those people going to think that this applies to them and make it, have it influence what class they play and stuff like that? Without a doubt, that happens every single time, but that shouldn't happen. This is very high level stuff, I think.
Bro, people are fiends. Yesterday when you were doing the tier list, I was listening on my headset while I was making dinner, and I kind of came back and I had your window AFK, and you were like offline, and people were fiending for the tier list. It was just like, guys, does anyone have a screenshot? His VODs are sub only! Exclamation point tier list? Guys, does anyone know what it is? And just a chain of people subbing, even though your VODs are on
chain
YouTube.
of people subbing, even though my VODs are on YouTube for free. That is my favorite part. They just need it so bad. They can't even Google it.
You just need a
One hit, please. Is anyone just a screenshot? Anyone have one?
All right, dude. I think it's like we're good. Final call, Dorky. Everything looks perfect. Or good enough.
All right, everyone gets
I
one
still
move.
feel like
No, hold on.
DK should be okay.
Everyone gets one move, but no one else gets to say anything about it.
Fuck it. That's fine.
All right, Dorky first.
Okay, don't be too chaotic
DK
though.
up in raid.
DK up in raid, Frost and Unholy, or just one?
Yeah, both of them.
Frost and Unholy get moved up. Okay.
All right, I'll go next.
Yep.
Disc Priest, A tier, and M+.
Ooh, okay.
Really?
Can other people who are going after you use their pick to counter the other person's pick?
Yes.
But you can't like just okay, cool. All right, Tettles.
I'll bring Shadow Priest down to A tier in Mythic Plus.
Ooh. That's interesting. When was the last time there was a Mythic Plus comp without Fort and PI?
One with a rogue.
Shadowlands Season 2.
Now that
You can
Rogue's
argue
good
for
again.
Dragonfly Season 1, but it was Shadowlands Season 2 was the last season where Priest was never played. 4 years ago.
That's crazy.
So that's a spicy choice because that's like saying now with Shadow and Disc both moved that there is zero pre-spec in heavy contention for a meta thing, kind of. But who knows? All right, that's the way this works. Dratnos.
Shadow up to S in raid.
Okay. Do you care about where?
Wherever.
Oh, I like that.
All right. Seems like there's a lot of ones here. Do you guys want to do another round of this each one?
What about Zorthus?
Oh, Zorthus.
keep
No, Zorthus.
going.
No, Zorthus is gonna go. I'm just saying, like, maybe there's more. I don't know. Zorthus, you can go.
Outlaw and M+ goes up to 8.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, I think we're gonna do one more round because you guys were all very quick to do that. That I think there's probably
See,
more
I
stuff
do
that can
that.
move.
Is that easy?
All right, Dorky
Moving this back to S.
in Mythic Plus. Mythic Plus. Okay.
Yeah.
Growl, do not move it back down.
All right, I'm moving Brew to A.
Okay.
Really?
Yo, now you're just being chaotic. All right. I think it's Tettles.
I'd probably move Havoc down to A in Mythic Plus.
Ooh, what do you guys think about that? I've heard a lot of like pro Havoc Mythic Plus gamers. What's the argument?
What
Is
we
like
think doesn't matter.
what is Havoc's like? Is their road to the meta comp is Havoc is very good, Chaos Brand is very good. You're playing a Magic comp, but you're not playing Vengeance. Is that the route?
It also does crazy funnel damage.
Yeah, it does really
Yeah,
good
the
funnel
funnel is
damage.
Very good.
The problem is double stacking it with Arcane Mage makes it hard to play.
A lot of funnel though in the game, right?
Yeah.
Multiple funnel isn't bad. I think that's something that also someone said that earlier, where they're like you can't, like you don't want a bunch of funnel, but like usually one funnel class isn't like soloing the mini boss in your group. Like multiple funnels is usually pretty strong. Like remember like MDIs back in the day, you would like Unholy DK, the most insane funnel in the game with Old Festermite and BFA, right? You would just get infinite single target, pop all your shit, and you would just nuke a boss. But you just played multiple of those because it turns out that's really fucking good. Okay, Havoc down to A though. L Havoc.
I was like MDI, wasn't it?
What'd you say, Zorthus?
I was like MDI there, wasn't it?
Yeah, not high keys. I guess that does change things. Is it Dratnos?
Sure.
Yeah, we have two more total.
Ret up to B in raid. Just empty that Dobby tier.
Okay, so there's nothing Dobby, but there's three things that are fucking ass.
Yeah.
That's great. Okay, Zorthus.
That was my move.
Fine.
I feel HPAL should go down to B with the other healers in Mythic Plus. I don't think it's like particularly doing anything.
Ooh, maybe an Ellesmere bias choice.
I think the other three healers at the top are a bit too strong right now.
Okay. Shit, I mean, I guess this could be it. Last time I asked the group if we'd want to change anything, no one said anything for like 10 seconds, but then you each got an individual choice and changed 10 things in a row, so...
Yeah, it's nice to know that I don't have to fight anybody on it. I just can do what I want.
Yep.
I mean, do you guys feel like... Okay, quick yes or no. If we did one more round of individual changes, would you guys have something ready you think would change? Yes or no?
Nah.
Yeah.
Not really.
Dorky would just undo
Okay.
my move again.
Dorky,
Yeah.
Okay, wait, Dorky, are you just undoing his move?
Yeah.
No, okay, we're not fucking doing that. We're not doing that. All right, W, go. This is easy. Yeah, this will work. All right, thanks for helping me audit this tier list, friends. That was great.
All right.
I'll see you when I see you.
Later. Bye. Love you. Fuck
Yeah,
that.
love everyone. Love. Oh. Now we gotta scroll so we can see everything. Yeah, I'll do a nice little stroll. Yeah, it's a little cluttered, the screen, huh? It's okay. Just for a moment, can we put Feral in crazy style so I feel better before the tier? All right, there you go, buddy. I'm going to throw them back somewhere random. I don't even remember where they were. They're both in B, I guess. Make sure you screenshot that. Wow, so I think like the only class that is just... The Arms Warrior is the only class that is in the lowest tier in both Mythic Plus and Raid. That is pretty crazy. Unfortunate. Also means very likely to be buffed. Not that it's on this list or something. It just means if something's truly that bad, has no upside in Raid or Mythic Plus, most likely change. The only way that wouldn't be true is if the other spec was like crazy, and I don't think Fury's crazy. It looks like it's average, right? Okay, guys. We do have it set up from Franck, I think. Let me just double check that it works.
Let me just double check that it works. Okay. I will link this a couple of times. But here is the link. So, I'll link this a few times up until the race. This is the raid comp prediction. I actually don't know what you're going to win if you get this. But like March Madness bracket style, you guys go to this Google form. Okay? It's in chat. It's going to look like this. Well, I actually can't show you what it looks like because it just shows my email, but that's it. So when you click on that Google form, you will submit a picture of your raid comp prediction. If you want to do that, you don't have to make a Google sheet. You can go to Wowhead, and I don't actually remember where it is. Where do you submit your name? I don't think it... Oh, maybe I need to have you add your name. It should... You have to have a Gmail to send this. So it could just be your email, but maybe... Let me ask Frank. Maybe add a gamer tag option so it's not just email. Okay, so we may do that. But anyways, you guys can go to Wowhead. I don't know where it is. Tools, probably tools. Raid comp thing. Yeah, okay, so you go to tools. You go under world, and then it's raid composition. Maybe there's another one. You can, honestly, you can do whatever you want. It's a PNG file. You got to just... like upload a picture, but you can just make your raid comp whatever you want and you post a picture of it. The raid comp will be the most likely way that it will determine the winner, but if 2 people post the same raid comp, or 3 or 4, the tiebreakers will be your pull count of the last boss guess and the guess of who wins the race. Frank just added it. So I think if you refresh that Google form, it should ask for your Discord. Like your Discord name. Is this the raid comp of the first kill? This is the raid comp of the... Yes, the world first kill of specifically Dimensius. That is what this is, yes. What do you get for winning? I'm not sure yet. I thought about just, like, some money. But apparently money's, like, kind of a bad idea. It doesn't need to be for money. I don't know. I will figure it out. Honestly, it could end up just being just for fun. But I would like to, like, bare minimum, it would just be, like a copy of the new expansion, or... like some I don't know. I'll think of some cool shit. That's lame. All right, well, don't do it then. I'll come up with a cool reward. Who knows? How many full groups is it? 4? Yeah, 4. Yeah. How about a mythic carry? Probably not that. Yeah. Max, do the specs have to be perfect? I think what I'd want to do is probably the same thing. I think roll. So, like, if you have, like, 2 tanks and you have a bunch of healers, they're all Resto Druids for this example. Right. And you put in a... If you put in, like, in my opinion, you would have to pick between Elier and Hans. Right? But I don't think you'd have to pick between Frost and Unholy. I think if you just put Frost and it ends up being Unholy, that's fine with me. If you're Evoker, and even if you put Dev or Aug, that's honestly fine with me. If you put Rogue, any spec of Rogue is fine. If you put Mage, any spec of Mage is fine. If you put Hunter, though, like, in my opinion, Marks and BM
count, but survival is something you would have to separate. It's roll thing, like it's melee versus ranged. That would be a good tiebreaker. Oh, that is a good tiebreaker. So the tiebreak, like basically, maybe there's 2 people in the world that get the comp right, and one of them has like the evokers are dev and one has aug. It's like you should try to put the right specs, or one has arcane and one has mage or fire or something, and like they got the spec right. To be honest, it should be exact specs. I don't know. For actually winning, I don't know. Cuz it's just so like honestly, I could tell you most likely how many of each class we're going to run on the last boss, but for most classes that have multiple DPS specs, it'd be hard right now to tell you exactly what spec they're playing. When do submissions close? Midnight Monday before raid? Probably, yeah. Okay, so yeah, now we've linked that. Guys, there's even more. So, I'm like not 100%, but I'm like 95% plus sure that tomorrow Cutting Edge is going away. So for the first time in like a year and a half, I'm going to be able to do a Race to World last stream. So tomorrow at undetermined time, I'm going live, and we're going to watch guilds as they have their final chance to get Cutting Edge for the season. Which previously those have been really fun. So shout out Blizzard actually being able to make me or let me do that, because usually it's the day before Mythic, and that's way too much, and I can't do that, but now I can. So it appears Cutting Edge is going away on Tuesday. Max, do you have a Race to World last sheet? Nope, as usual, I do no preparation for anything. So if any of you guys want to help or already have a compiled list of guilds that are going to be pulling tomorrow and streams, or really what's going to happen. Actually, honestly, none of you need to do that. Honestly, I'm just going to go live tomorrow, and people are just going to start linking me streams of people that are just on the boss at the moment. So like, I honestly don't even think you guys need to do all that. Like it'll just be easy. Yeah, also shout out all the Cutting Edge guilds right now. It's going to be really stressful because it was really, really hard to tell how long you were going to have to get Cutting Edge. And there's probably some guilds that were like 1 week away that in every other season would have been able to get Cutting Edge because they would have all of next week, but you just get 1 week shorter this time. But also, in a way, I don't think it's a huge problem because this was the easiest statistically the easiest Cutting Edge of all time. So most of those guilds already have it anyway. Because 700 more guilds got it this tier than Ansarek and just turbo boost and all that shit. So stacking raid nerf, or I guess stacking buff is the way to look at it. All right, cool. Easy shit, bro. Also, I streamed for more than 4 hours today, so you guys can never post the overworking